Alright, folks, good morning. It turns out that yesterday, internet was good, Comcast was good, OBS is fine, Twitch is fine. But the moment that Onyx jumped onto the computer, I realized far too late that, oh no, the little notebook that I put on top of the computer to make sure that his butt doesn't depress the power button had not been installed. So we get the great pleasure of having to redo the week that we left off on Pale Beyond. It's only week 8. I'm making such crawling progress through this. Because first Comcast conks out, and then Onyx plants his butt on the power button. Toasty, quit trying to eat thumbtacks off the wall. Fennec has a shorter workday today, so I basically got the entirety of his work time to stream. But the car should have been around half energy by the time he came home last night, so I have until the time he finishes work, drives up here, and charges the car back up to get as many weeks in as we can. But we were doing so much in week 8. I got so much I gotta restart on. Okay, starting back from week 8, and I've already got little Toasty here crawling all over the desk. Trying to be close to me, trying to eat tacks off the wall, right, Toasty? There's plenty of lap space, baby. When I was playing, what was it, Veritas? You were happy with lap space? He looks like an eepy sleepy kitten right now. But he's an eepy sleepy kitten who had lunch and doesn't know that he's tired yet, so he's roaming all around. Toasty, you gotta find some place to sleep, baby. Do you want me to put a cat tree next to the window here so that he could lay over there? I bet he'd love that. Actually, it's a good idea. Toasty, we have got to keep an eye on one more cat tree for you. Because this spot here isn't being occupied by anything, and you and Onyx both would love that, and my desk would be quite happy to not have big cat bottoms blocking all the stuff on the screen, right, Toasty? He says right Toasty? Right, Toasty? Toasty, smile. Toasty, don't be shy. You're not shy, Toasty. I think that's where it went. Close enough? Alright, but the first thing we gotta do is shovel on through everything. The boat hadn't even sunk. Oh, that's right. It's at the very start of the week, isn't it? I press that button, then the ship collapses in the ice as Antarctic tectonic pressure just crushes it and sinks it below. Are you trying to pat at the wires behind the monitor now, Toasty? Toasty, you're discovering so many brand new reasons why I don't want you on the desk. Come on, baby. Come here. Whoop, whoop, whoop! Big boy, Toasty, you're getting so big now. I can't believe this, Toasty. 8 months, and you gotta be what, 5 pounds or something? What are you? We haven't weighed you properly. There's enough of white ice and snow in the game, Toasty. So, would you like to be any place else? How about on the bed where it's nice and soft? There you go. You want to sleep over there, Toasty? He's fine. Alright. Gonna mash through everything mostly. Don't think there was anyone to assign yet. We had one person to assign to the med base so far. Because Two John's here is freezing and wounded. But I'm gonna hold off on putting anyone in the med bay just yet, because who knows who else is gonna be injured before the week is up. So Rick was, Toasty! Toasty, we're trying to get the ship to collapse. Find a place, baby. Ugh. Here. Hang out with me right here, okay? You can hang out with me here right now. And that should satisfy you, right, Toast? I mean, look. You nearly missed the ship being crushed. And there's nothing we can do about it, Toasty. Which makes you wonder what happens if we never abandon ship. Kurt says a few weeks is all they got. I figured fine, I'll do maybe 2 tops. 1 week to pull the supplies I want. And on the second week we'll grab the rest of the supplies and vamoose, and so we did. This is only 3 weeks after that point. If we stayed on there, would the game have ended as we all end up crushed? I put him down, and he was right back in the window. Toasty, come on, baby. Or maybe what would have happened is... Man, now all my cables are upset. Maybe the warning goes off that the ship is getting crushed. You, and as many people as possible, including all the ranking officer crew, because I doubt that our specialist tab is going anywhere, will end up escaping, but maybe a random assortment of crew and passengers will end up caught in the ship and going down with it. Oh, that's a good way to fuck your game up, I bet. Demoralized, demoralized, 2 of my scouts, are you kidding? It's random which one it is, so... You guys see nothing, right? Because we had like a couple of sailors before, who cares? They're pretty much interchangeable. But look, I'm taking the reset because it's Onyx's ass on the power button that brought us back to the beginning of the first place and gave us a more disadvantageous situation. So I'm gonna be pulling rank as acting captain of the Temperance and re-rolling till we get the outcome similar to we had the first time. Toasty, are you being my bad luck charm this time? You be my bad luck charm this time, Toasty? You're all over the desk, and so the wrong crew are getting demoralized? I don't see why the, well, I guess any would be demoralized if the only ship out of here gets crushed and lost. Two Johns. Same people. Is this fucking hell, Toasty? I'm locking you outside. As I was saying, I wonder if it's seed-based, and the people who end up... If it's determined now, and anytime I go back to this point in time, it's always going to be the same people. Because that was 2 of the surveying team again. Always good to start the stream off with nothing but reloading. But again, blame Onyx. Onyx had to plant his ass on the power button at the fucking tail end of week 8! I gotta redo the entirety of week 8 because of him. Yeah, same people. That's not changing. Well, that's fine. So we'll send 1 of the survey crew. 2 John just says everything. Freezing, wounded, and demoralized. All he's missing now is malnourishment. Send Flick in for the interview and to break her demoralization. Request for the day. Just gonna mash through like I said, cause kinda gotta. Journals we're going to keep. We could always burn them later, Hammond. Hammond, at least, is still loyal. It's a -5 ding, but he's okay. Junior, keeping track of the days. This time, Junior is a bit over us. We're gonna fix one mistake the last time. There's Imbolg, which typically requires a feast, but we're stuck on the ice. And last time I said, sure, why not? Do Imbolg. Morale for the crew, and it's only minus 25, we could afford that. But then again, we're stuck on the ice. Maybe they'll accept some prudence. For there's no holiday on the ice. No, we cannot spare the rations. It's a nice idea, soften the blow. But right now, survival comes first. I might drop decorum, but we're okay on decorum for now. Thought it'd be the case. Minus 15 decorum. At the very least, we haven't lost loyalty with Junior, so... all we lost is decorum, and decorum's an easy thing. And I do have spoiled rations. If I say it's not worth the risk, not gonna poison the crew, we could always toss the spoiled rations we already have, if we're really desperate, into the hoosh. Plus 5 loyalty from Junior and Grimly. And it's still there, like I said, we still have 8 crates of spoiled rations. If I was really, really desperate for 10 extra hoosh. But again, crate of spoiled rations is equal to half an elephant seal. And what were the stats I picked up last time again? Elephant seal average weight. Go away, AI overview. Full-grown males, over 13 feet, weigh nearly 4,400 pounds. Females smaller than the males, also quite large, 10 feet long, 1,300 pounds. So one of these is anywhere between 1,300 pounds of meat and blubber to 4,400 pounds of meat and blubber on average, but only provides 18 food for 25 people for a week. That's it. Okay, we mostly went through week 8 up until the tail end, until someone's tail made its way to the end. So it's gonna be a lot of repetition here. Do some eavesdropping. Dinner's not gonna be yet. Kennels, know what to talk to. Surveying. We should do more surveying. We got plenty of dogs to spare. I got 2 more surveyors, right? And we also need to hunt. So let's do some surveying up here. And we'll do a little bit of hunting. Because you have this high-powered rifle here, we get an extra elephant seal. Only trouble is one of them is going to end up wounded by the end. That's a guarantee. A crew will be wounded. And as 2 Johns attest, there's also the risk of getting frozen on the trip. More hunting. Gnomes. And Cavity will go. It doesn't really make a difference who you send on things, for the most part. Like, Doug has 1 arm. Runt is a kid who is eager to work, but still finds it to be hard work. 2 Johns is so named because he has the strength of 2 Johns, and could lift heavy things like they're nothing for him for the most part. Lefty is older, has a bad eye remaining after losing the other one. But regardless of who you send on stuff, they'll still perform the same. And I could send crews to one more expedition. One of these is going to be a fishing spot. So I want to diversify it up some. That was a fishing spot. I chose poorly. Unless they're both fishing spots. And as I have 2 dogs left, there's nothing else I can do here. Except study how the ice has been changing since week 1. We just had to go right into the middle of this ice shelf. Which does at least seem to be breaking up in places. But I guess if it's breaking up at the edges, the tectonic motion, the Arctic ice motion is pushing it, crushing towards the center where the ship happens to be. And that's why it happened to crush us just then. Alright. Kennel Master isn't in, already sent people out. Requests are done. Need to provide fuel and food for the week. Feed the furnace. Luckily, while there was timber that provides 17 fuel, I made sure to grab as much actual sacks of coal for 20 fuel before things went under. Crab eater seals provide very little fuel. Elephant seals cures freezing if you use them in the furnace. So they do provide a lot for hoosh. But 15 furnace and cures 1 freezing for every elephant seal you put in is not that bad. But while we have coal, I'll be down to the last 2 though. I might have to accept people going starving and malnourished. It'll only be 1 each freezing and malnourished if I go to half rations right now. It's probably going to get worse as the weeks go on. We're already down to minus 21 degrees Celsius, and it's only week 8, with so many weeks to go. So, I could put in some hoosh. 1 crew will be malnourished. Two malnourished. Let's see. If the malnourished remains until the end of the next week, they'll get scurvy. And then I could just drop some tin lemons in. Easy peasy. So maybe I accept 2 malnourished because the peaches or sardines or whatever had already spoiled, and they get the runs, and there went all their food. 6 and 6 isn't a lot. Ale kegs. I can fix 1 demoralization with ale kegs. Or I could toss them into the furnace for 10. Well, let's toss some elephant seals in, though. Plus 44. 1 malnourished, 2 malnourished. What this game needs is a tutorial option or a glossary to remind you what different things do. Because otherwise, you're not going to remember how exactly to fix one thing. I mean, it's down to how I dish out things at the end of the week, right? Because if I give more food, then people lose malnourishment. But then the issue becomes I'm using more food, and so we'll starve a lot quicker. So, furnace, fuel is good, food is ready to be served. So chow time. Then eavesdrop on all the peoples. To Wimbolg. Sorry, can't serve up more. Shaw wouldn't have it. If they want Imbolg, then it's gonna be more spoiled peaches. Don't worry about the food, Junior. It's not about that. We get to celebrate it. That's what matters. See, there they go. They understand that I can't provide too much as far as delicious food goes because we're stuck on the ice waiting several weeks until rescue. But they have each other. That's the real meaning of Imbolg. Sure, sure. Junior's not too happy with it. I'm hard to place. I to warm up a crew. Refer me as captain, please. Why do I feel like the text is different from last time? Refer to me as captain, please. Is definitely not going to ingratiate myself to him. Hard to place, no doubt. You place better than most. More eavesdrippings. Watching those young pups, and I had that much energy once. Ah, you're not alone there, friend. Hard to remember days I moved out this cane. Harder to remember having both eyes. They'll look like us one day. Well, let's hope not. Kurt, can we get some +5s on you? Can't tend the furnace if I'm yabbing to you. Yeah, I can't talk to you tonight. Pair of dogs engage in an aggressive conflict, teeth bared and snarling. The two creatures snap at each other. Cordell is nowhere to be seen. But the Kettle Master's whip has been left aside, resting atop a crate. The fight begins to intensify. Oh man. This is gonna be an issue, because I'm gonna be down 2 dogs if I don't get this right. I could injure them. I'm gonna fetch Cordell, because as part of our agreement that she handles the dogs, or her dogs, I'm not gonna overstep her boundaries. You're ready to grab Cordell. If I to bring broth for the pack, she quickly returns to the kennels upon your word. The dogs are still snapping at each other when she arrives. Cordell simply shakes her head and turns to you. This is nothing to be concerned with. At times, the dogs would go for the throat of another, but this is merely play. See, we heard snarling and saw the gnashing of teeth, so it's fair for us to assume, oh no, I'm gonna lose my dogs here pretty soon. If she says it's play, I'll believe her. Dogs are inherently hierarchical creatures. They will fight for dominance, sometimes to the death. But these dogs are merely putting on a show of aggression for the others. Do a quick tech check here. Excellent, alright. A simple feed and they'll stop. I was about to whip him. Cordell turns back to her kennels, but briefly turning her attention back to you. Regardless, thank you for informing me, Shaw. Weren't too hasty. More loyalty. Returns to the kennels. See, if we ignore the dogs, assuming it's not a random roll of the dice, are the dogs playing or actually aggressive? Assuming it's not that. If we had simply ignored them and let them play, we would have got to no good boy points for it. By informing her, we broadcasted and marketed to her that we're good, trustworthy people. No one's gonna market for you. Pet the dogs. Pet the dogs. Scratch the doggies on the head. Getting some rest. Nods off in a sleeping bag. Maybe we've exhausted everything they have to say, or they just got nothing else this week. So since the week's basically done, we've already got 1 person being interviewed to lose demoralization. 3 demoralized, 1's gonna lose it. Hello? Oh, hello, do you need something? When did you become a doctor? Oh, that was quite recent. I'm young into this line of work. The captain hired the cheapest, freshest doctor that he could. Do you think I could be a doctor? He's only had 8 weeks of work, and already is like, man, manual labor sucks. How about doctoring? Well, if you study, yes. Can I have one of your books? Of course. The doctor hands him a small book. Runt leaves, excited. Kasha. Wonder how my editor will find my report at its finished state. It was a nightmare getting my plague story published. Only the Daily Appeal was willing to pick it up, and they were hardly the most reputable papers. Did wonders for their reputation. Don't like the idea of our story being told by a common rag. After your award win, I'm sure any other paper would take you on. There you go. Play to her accomplishments and accolades. That's true, but I don't know if I'd accept. The Daily Appeal is far from a perfect paper, but they trusted my writing when no other did. Is that trusted your writing when no other did, or as a near tabloid, they were happy to accept anything sensational? Faith like that shouldn't go unrewarded, I think. Faith, she calls it. Evening. I found some old tickets in my luggage. To a play I planned to see before we departed. Unfortunately, it was delayed due to several accidents. People were beginning to say the production was cursed. I never believed in curses, but after this expedition, well... You're a man of science, Doctor. Don't give it a base of superstition. Perhaps you're the one who's cursed, Doctor. Are you concerned about missing the play? I gotta walk on eggshells with Arthur. If I say perhaps you're cursed, that's straight up insulting him. If I say, are you concerned about missing the play? Is this levity, or is this accusing him of frivolity? Doctor, you're a doctor. Don't be so superstitious. Minus 15! See what I mean about eggshells? Minus 15! That's the biggest one yet! Is this gonna be a 7 Days a Stranger situation? And it turns out that he's not actually the ship's doctor. And he's slain the doctor who was actually supposed to be on this voyage to take his place. And that's why he's so nervous about fitting into his role. And once we find out that he actually killed his father and took his position, we're like, I just wanted to go to Antarctica! And so by reminding him he's a man of science, we've poked at the truth of his identity, that he isn't actually. I suppose that line of thinking is irrational. Even if he loses loyalty, he only represents himself. That'll just be 1 vote gone. I got 4 additional votes thanks to Junior. 5, including himself. 3 additional votes thanks to Hammond. Maintaining the 4 votes of Templeton and the science team. The 4 votes of Kurt and the scout team. We don't have the support of Lady Cordell and all of her 14 dogs. But the dogs can't vote anyway, and she only abstains if she's not loyal to anyone, so... The only votes we're really missing is Grimley's faction. And so it's 5 against 4. Plus 5. Plus 3. Plus 4. Plus 1. Even if these 2 abstain. If I lose Arthur's vote. So, we're in a good, comfy position. I am perfectly fine with this. Doctor? So let's see. Malnourished doesn't count for treatment. But wounded does. Demoralized and malnourished. I got lots of free hands now. Scientists aren't doing anything. There's not really anything else I can dedicate people to doing, is there? And if I want my scientists to do research stuff, I have to send them out to research points. And that's going to take up my limited dog time. It would help with morale as well. It gives instant morale, plus 1 research per scientist on the voyage. And we are at just over halfway to elephant seal migration path known. That's right, I think one of the things we did before Onyx turned off the computer was doing one of the research and then hunting elsewhere. Either way, there isn't really anything else I could assign. So, I just have 8 free hands doing nothing. Time to chip away at the ice and try to recover the ship. "30 minutes into stream, finally made it through week 8. 1 crew member cured of malnourishment. If I keep it at minus 50, that's so much. Fuel rations. I have 1 person frozen, right? One will develop freezing. It's gonna get colder. It's gonna get so much colder. How do I want to manage the resources here? Do I want people to get sick and starving? And manage the 1 person who gets frozen and starving each week? Starving, I shouldn't mess with, though. Frozen is pretty easy because we're no longer rushing into the flooded rooms in the below decks. So I think this is all right. This is all right, and I could always assign my engineers to increase the heat. The only thing it costs are my engineers. So the smart play probably is to not mess with the fuel at all right now. Minus 20 is a lot. I'll take it. I'll take it. Try to keep the balance towards food, and then just stoke the flames a bit to cure people of the freezing. Minus 10 loyalty if I go all the way down. So, I can't give no extras. I have to give them some extra something. Like I was saying, what it turns out that the Steam discussion forum had discovered is that if I put it to 0, it's not that I'm not giving them any food or any fuel for the week. The fire is still burning. The kitchen is still giving out food. What I'm giving out is extras. And they get super upset if they don't get extras. Like, this isn't half rations. This is an extra half rations on top of what they normally get. But I'll conserve fuel then. Food we gotta give. Fuel we gotta conserve. 3 elephant seals. Who's wounded now? Tashi became freezing. Wounded by the elephant seals. Gnome's freezing. And wounded. Well, we got 2 spaces. No longer malnourished. 2 Johns demoralized, minus 5. Scurvy we could cure. The demoralization is still there. Freezing. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that wounded won't get them killed at the end of the week. It just means that they cannot work with us until it's cured. I tried to separate my developing equipment from your tools as best I could while setting up. We wouldn't want for any of them to mixed up, would we? That's quite alright. I hope my work doesn't distract you from your own. We'll just have to make do. I suppose if tent space is the chief of our worries, we should consider ourselves lucky, right? I bet you, Kasha and Nutley, they're gonna keep warm pretty well. Yes, I suppose so. Do you prefer to go by Dr. Nutley or just Nutley? Well, I still think of Nutley as my father's name, mainly. I see. Perhaps you prefer Arthur, then. Arthur is also my father's name. How unfortunate. You see, what did I say? Arthur Nutley was supposed to be on this voyage, and instead we got Arthur Nutley. He's killed his father, he's taken his place, it's definitely a 7 Days a Stranger situation. Was that 7 Days a Stranger or 6 Days a Skeptic? Seven Days a Skeptic. I got the titles mixed up. 7 Days a Skeptic, is it? 400 Years or 5 Days a Stranger. Okay, yeah. 7 Days a Skeptic situation. For now, I'll stick with Doctor. Is that okay? Of course. So, for demoralization... 2 Johns is still demoralized. Yorick is demoralized. Okay, we'll have Yorick have his photo taken. More decorum, more research. And then for Healin, Harriet Glosley. Demoralized, wounded. Scurvy. No, that's for wounds. But he's wounded and scurvied, so... Tashi is also wounded. And freezing, but not frozen. Nomez is also freezing. Cured of all status effects. I hope that includes the scurvy then. It's a shame that I can't see what he's got on there. If I press escape to get him out, he just disappears from the cards. No one else wounded. But Harriet is freezing, so she's got to go in. Oh, only freezing. So wait. Freezing can go in, but mere malnourishment couldn't. Okay, in that case, cure the wounds. And the freezing we could fix up. Super easy, super quick. Raise the heat. I have 1, 2, and 3 freezing. No one's frozen yet, they're just freezing. So if I put 2 engineers, each one cures 1 of freezing. And because we have a special camp equipment, which one was it? Engineering tools. 1 additional one gets cured of heat. So if I just devote my engineers to keeping things warm every single day, 3 people cured of heat, cured of freezing. 2 from going out on hunts, and 1 from getting frozen at night. It's perfect. Healed freezing. That's it? No, was it because they're in the... It's because they're already in the med bay. They don't count. There's an order of operations to this. How cruel is that? Okay, now that we know there's an order of operations to this. They're not gone. They're literally still here. Healed freezing. Healed freezing. Healed freezing. That's how it's supposed to work. They're in camp. And they're still in camp when they're in the medbay tent. But because they're laying down in the medbay tent, they don't feel the warmth. So okay. Alright, we got the order of operations in then. Do the eavesdropping, mash on through. Some early casual flirting. Assigning crew for portrait. We'll put Yorick in. And let's go see what new photo she has. She's got the crew setting up camp shortly before the Temperance got taken by the ice. And the Temperance being taken by the ice. All the crew pose for a picture after the boiler's been taken out. That's cute. Camp being set up and the ship not yet crushed. Old Kurt. Does this mean she finally got his interview? There's a few more to eavesdrop on. Seems the crew are adapting nicely. They're getting on with their jobs like clockwork. Feels like we're back on the open ocean again. They know we're in for the long haul. Well, I'll see to it that they're keeping up the good work. And you see to it that they're entertained when the work is done. Aye. You're short on words, aren't you? Prefer to talk to through your music, eh? A sailor with the heart of a poet. Sure. You see Hammond. Hard at work on the boiler. Shit. Is there a problem? No, force a habit. Don't need me asleep at the post. You need something, Captain? I want to say she gets some rest, but Hammond is he's very married to his job. You should get some rest. It's daytime. The engineers are working. I'm not mad, Captain. I get rest when I can. I know what I'm doing, Shaw, if that's what you're wondering. If you don't need anything, I'm getting back to work. Listen, I know he says that, and on the average night he gets 2 hours. If he doesn't like it, I still gotta be good boss. I gotta watch out for his well-being. I should have given the old army threat. The crew of the Temperance under my command are guaranteed 4 hours of sleep at night. And they don't have to be consecutive. No, we're not gonna be bad, boss. Cordell, Captain. We have had our share during the hunting season, but that appears to be winding down. I wouldn't put my faith that there being an abundance of game in the coming weeks. Come on! You're taking the one thing away from me! Well, she's warning me. She's warning me, so I gotta get my hunting in and my research in now. You get a maximum of 3 research every time you go out. So I want to hold on for Elephant Seal Migration Path. Because that's 18 food, 18 blubber. And I only need 13 more research to go. 3, 6, 9, 12, and then 1 extra week. But I could go for smaller game. Crab Eater Seal's only 6 and 6, that's kind of garbage. Emperor Seal migration path. Just needs 3 to go. We could always send folks out fishing. Fishing is always an option. I suppose if this was meant to be easy, there wouldn't be much threat from the Antarctic expedition getting stuck. I'm going to need to feed fish to the dogs, aren't I? Not just to be nice, but to keep their performance up too, aren't I? I'm gonna have to start letting people die. It's gonna happen eventually. Okay, requests for the week. We're down to 2 snowflakes of cold right now, minus 25 degrees Celsius. Oh no. I just noticed the nights are getting longer. That's not a good thing. Nights are getting longer. We're leaving the Antarctic summer and entering into winter. We're going to wish that it was daylight longer. Junior, Shaw, got a matter we need to settle with you. I don't see the problem here. Tucker was going through his personal belongings on the ship and we found this. Speaking of which, did I retain the revolver I took off Mr. Zack, or was that a previous week before the week 8, or was that a week 8 thing that ended up getting rolled away? I do got his revolver, okay. Are there more weapons on board? A tin of treats, biscuits, confectionaries, quite a lot. Ah, no, I was hardly hiding them away. They're just my own private selection. A gift from my grandmother before the expedition. Baked them herself. I understand you see these as your personal effects. And that was a true point, but as it stands, food is food. And we need all we can. You cannot reasonably hoard it to yourself. They're hardly filling, they're just some biscuits. But imagine the morale boost. Like, I'm sure that his grandmother would absolutely love if all of his friends not just shared in her cooking and enjoyed it, but if grandma's cooking is what allowed the crew to survive, her heart, she's going to be bragging about that to everyone at the church bingo group. You kidding me, man? Every time the garden party comes up, and everyone else is arguing over how to do their scones, whether it's cream side first or jelly side first, she's going to be beaming ear to ear, talking about how her biscuits saved the crew, the temperance. They're feeling enough. Listen, now's not the time to keep something like that to yourself. Agreed, Tucker handed the tin, they'll join our rations. I will not deprive my crew of their sentimental object. Tucker's free to keep the tin. Hold on to them, Tucker, but don't waste them. We could use them in a pinch. We say that, and he's gonna go full on toast, just Tucker, I am so sorry. If it's any consolations, I truly, in my heart of heart, believe that your grandma would be happier with her confectionaries going to the good of the crew, and that no one has to die to your selfishness. Agreed. Tucker, head of the tin, it will join our rations. Alright. I understand times like this. No bad came of it. No one else to snoop on. Just business as usual here. I didn't put the 2 wounded in yet, because we had to do heat first. Because if they're in these nice warm beds, they can't get extra heat. Wounded and scurvy. As for food, feed the hoosh pot. Plus 20 to hoosh. That'll bring it up to 46. And then I'll toss some seal in there. That's plenty of food and 6 extra elephant seal. That'll cancel out the 1 malnourished we'll get from the canned peaches earlier. Oh yeah, plus 3 food. The spice crate has it, where if anyone is malnourished or has scurvy, we get extra food produced from the spice crate. A little extra bonus. Thanks for your sacrifice, gnomes. Is scurvied. The thing is, I don't know if just sitting in the doctor bed will cure scurvy. So, if he's already down to scurvy, then I have to use one of our tinned lemons. Cures 1 case of scurvy. Which I guess we'll see at the end of the week then. He's all the way up to scurvy already, dang. How messed up would it be if sitting in the doctor's tent would have cured scurvy on its own, and so I wasted a lemon tin? Let's send some scientists out. Formation of under ice melt pools, pressure ridge, ice leads. Let's do under ice melt pools. Send everyone out. That's 9 extra decorum and 3 research. And then what else to do? We need food, but we also need more surveying. Lots of crab eater seals. I guess it's 6 times 4, 6 times 4 on each of them. $17 of 30. Let's go hunt some. We got dogs remaining. Demoralized 2 Johns. He won't feel too bad once he gets some hunt into him. Even though every sailor operates the exact same, I don't want to put the teenager on the hunt. He could work around the camp. And with only 1 arm, Runsta is able to do a lot of the ship work very proficiently, as well as any 2-armed man. But I don't want to set him onto the dog sleds and the ice when it comes to hunting wild animals. It's not safe for him. I could send 4 people on the crab eater seal hunts. At 6 food and 6 fuel each. That's 30 fuel or 30 food a day. That's better than I thought. So, with the guns, it's 18 times 3 for elephant seals, which is going to be a lot more than crab eaters, but that's still not bad. $18 times 3 is 54 food or fuel, whereas 6 times 5 is a very easy 30. 54. That'll put us in a nice surplus in our budget. I do like budgetary surplus. If only had one more dog. She couldn't have brought one more dog. Alright. Chow time, ring-a-ding-ding. Despite the time, it's still bright outside. They're gonna miss it. I am very much a get rid of daylight savings time. Natural sunlight is fine when it's dark at 6 p.m. Your circadian rhythm is happy. But given that we're not in a survival situation in our modern life, these guys are gonna start going a bit stir crazy once they get the eternal dark. Reading, Mr. Templeton? Yes, though it's difficult to find light. Do those your age still read, or has intellectualism passed us by? The kids these days? Greatest generation with their damn cinemas. Greatest gen would be after this, right? I don't care. I'm trying to make the joke work. They didn't name generations until they named themselves the greatest, and then everyone else came after for names. It's all fake. Well, I haven't read chilling horror like yourself. Is that a collection, Mr. Templeton? It is a good read nonetheless. No one snuck into my tent, right? Okay. Junior is calling it a night. Hammond doesn't want to talk to me. What's that? What are the doctor's books? Since when could you read? It's got pictures, da. You're interested in medicine, are you? He's gonna be the world's... Maybe not the world's first doctor to educate himself entirely off the pictures, but the first modern doctor, too. A little. Better work than this, anyway. Aww. See, Runstad didn't want him on here. Even though he's shown his kid the ropes quite literally, I think he does want better for his son. Barely any taste of these fucking cigs. You mentioned before. What brand are they anyway? Apperton. Same group who tins those peaches. Yeah, they're shite. At least there's plenty of it. Would rather there wasn't. You'd rather be craven at a time like this? Suppose not. There's just... I don't know. What do they know about tobacco? Fair point. Apperton, who cans our tins that spoil so easily. This is canned food. Canned food is supposed to stay. And it hasn't even survived 9 weeks of voyage. Come, Josephine, and my flying... She's singing, isn't she? Ah, apologies. The tune has not left my head in weeks. At the very least, I found a matter to calm the pack. If it calms the dogs, may the tune never leave your head. Could make a request to Grimly. Yeah, but she doesn't want to talk with the crew, though. You sound like you have classical training. So, what's the worst option? To damn her to an earworm for her dogs? Or will she appreciate that I'm putting her dog's welfare first? Make a request to Grimly so that he could sing the song and the dogs could be calm even without her singing. But she'll hate it because it requires socializing with the crew and she hates that. Sound like you have classical training. Appreciate her voice, which she might appreciate. Or she'll hate where she came from. If it calms the dogs, may the tune never leave your head. +10! We found a good option! I have forgotten the melody to much else. It is a relief that I can retain something from before this expedition. Anything that can carry my mind from the ice. Oh, look at the doggies. They're all They're all posted and stationed at their dog loos. No, I want to take a screenshot. Don't warp off on me. There. Screenshot taken. Send that to Fennec. Pet some dogs, rub its belly, pat its head, ruffle its fur. I love this one especially. Look at that smile. Hey, Hordian. Just in time for petting the dogs. Look at this one, Hordian. Doesn't this one have the best face? Passing by to say hi before going out. Ooh, Hordian, going out, you say. Do you have a date with the gym? Watching movies with a buddy. Ooh, enjoy it, Hordian. Getting buff and then going to the movies with your, buddy. But have fun. What you watching? Stares at you. Nodding to a sleeping bag. Kurt's got nothing more to say. The two guys just sprawled out there. Captain, the sailor folk among the crew seem resistant to my report. Saltborn people are rather private about their culture, especially when someone like myself is asking. I'm wondering, is my report invasive? Am I taking advantage? Actual ethics in journalism. Perhaps an outsider's view is best, Captain. What do you think? You're telling an objective story, nothing more. If sailors take issue, they'll speak up. They might not speak up, they might just grumble and build up resentment. And peoples, even a-peoples, do have their right to their privacy and their data, even in scientific endeavors. Perhaps a step back is necessary. Don't need you upsetting my crew. You don't need to expose their culture to the world. This is a report on our expedition, nothing more. How about that one? A little middle ground. -5 loyalty. The people of the expedition are the most vital part of the story, Captain. That's also true. I think the best option would have been to have her step back a little bit. It'll be difficult for me to go on without their mention. Evening. I've been thinking all day about my mother, my father, my sister. It never quite struck me, but there's a chance I'll never see them again, is there? Sorry, I shouldn't bring up such things. It's okay to be worried, consider motivation. We'll get you back home, Arthur, I promise. We'll get you back home, Arthur. 10 whole loyalty! Oh, thank you. I appreciate what you're doing, Robin. Captain Shaw. Okay. I think that's everyone I could talk to then. Can't add. I could add stuff to Hoosh or the Furnace, but I don't need to. We have one person malnourished. Not malnourished, scurvied. But we have lemons of the Hoosh will be fine. We have 2 people demoralized, but 1 will be cured. 2 people wounded, but they'll both be cured. So, if there's naught else for this week, engage. Alright, no one's frozen right now. So let's go ahead and make 1 person frozen. And look at that, it previews that there's going to be nobody with any wounds or malnourishment. -20, so it'll be 59. I think I'm going to have to do it. 1 person will be malnourished, but they'll be cured the next week. Confirm the rations. Five crab eater seals. Freezing on the sled hunt. Freezing on the sled hunt. Curative wounds, curative wounds. Curative scurvy. None are demoralized. 4 freezing. Is that? That's 3 freezing. And 1 malnourished. Week. No disaster has struck just yet. Oh, look at that. The ice is thawing, though. Where the ship was is starting to break up a little bit. Maybe we can do some ice fishing here, but this is looking very close to camp. Please don't tell me we're gonna have to abandon it again. We're gonna have to move everything, aren't we? Look at that. That's not gonna stay. It's only been a good 2-3 weeks since the ship went under. It doesn't look like it's breaking up anymore in the middle. But there are some subtle changes to the composition of this ice shelf. $20 out of 30. Okay, so first things first, furnace. Raise the heat doesn't cost any extra fuel. It just requires engineers to do their job, which they won't do unless I tell them to. So no longer is anyone freezing. Furnace fed, hoosh is okay for now. We got plenty of food, and more importantly, plenty of spares to raise the spirits. No one to talk to right now. Then let's start today's requests. Hammond and Kurt. Hammond first. Days are getting darker, Captain. Crew's been asking about using more oil to fuel the lamps. I told them to piss off, but I figured I should ask you. Lamplight is not an unreasonable request. That oil's for the boiler. It's more important than making dinner brighter. It also makes it easier to do their work, Mr. Hammond. Well, then it's the captain's decision. Minus 20. If it's minus 20 for now, I could afford that. Reasonable request, Hammond. Give them the oil they need. Make do with what they have. The furnace comes first. Give the crew what they want. I won't hear the end of it otherwise. It's gonna get darker, though. My concern is, how does the game work? If I say yes now, will this mean they get more oil throughout the rest of the game? Or, as it gets darker, will they demand more and more oil? And the wise decision then is to say no now. It says it costs 20 now, so I'm going to say give them the oil they want. Maybe that 20 now is stretched out to the entire rest of the game for lamplight, because it's lamps. It's not a whole boiler's worth every single night. It's just all the lights. So maybe that is a one-time tax. It's reasonable. Give them the oil they need. Minus 5 loyalty, lost his, but I gained decorum. Alright then. We better be able to spare it, Captain. Kurt. Captain Templeton. I won't keep you both too long. After dinner, we should have a discussion about the future direction of this crew. He's our navigator, he's our surveyor, he's also noticed the ship-shaped hole right outside camp that is spreading this way. I suppose we should consider moving camp closer to the direction of rescue. Indeed. As for when that should be, well, we'll talk later. Very well. I don't like the sound of this. We probably won't lose access to all our hunting spots here, but depending on where we go, it'll make some areas further out afield, won't it? Do I get to choose where to set camp up? So let's see then. No one's injured, so Arthur gets to have a break. Two Johns lost his demoralization. Photo library. I guess these aren't exactly in order, because the ship no longer exists. Guess we could say that it's the order in which he develops these. Remember the good old days when we had a boat on the ocean? Alright, let's go signing folk. Hoosh pots. What should we toss in today? Let's... I could make 2 people malnourished. No, Hoosh is okay, because Hoosh is at 60. It's the furnace that's a little bit under. So Hoosh is fine. I'll give him the last sack of coal that I got. Then we'll need more research, so... Formation of ice leads, pressure ridge. We'll do them all eventually. And then we could afford 3 more trips. 2 surveys and a hunt. Or 1 surveys and a hunt. It's both fishing, those jerks! I don't need fish right now. How many people? 1 to 4? I can get 4 fish, but I don't know how good the fishing is. Let's hunt some crab-eater seals then. Crab-eater seals. And then look around some more. The effects of the summer melts. We might want to know that. Though I don't think the specific flavor matters as much as just getting more research points. And that's everyone a sign, no one else's conversation. To chow. Is it just me? Or does it look like the ice is kind of melting here too? There's more blue under there. The ice is gonna collapse from underneath us. We do have to move. The crew have their meal. And Any drama to unfold now. Gonna call it a night. Tent. Kasha's got stuff. Need to finish developing these. Thanks for stopping by, though. Yeah. Cordell does either rest. Grimly is just going to sleep. Kurt, how bad is it? Because I could see very plainly that this is not going to last. You wish to speak to us, Kurt? Indeed I did. Have you noticed anything about the ground beneath our feet, Captain? It's not about to give away, is it? I try not to think about anything beneath our feet. It's not about to give way, is it? Not immediately, no. We are looking at the early stages of this ice breaking apart. If we don't want to join dear old Temperance, we need to be moving out within the week. Within the week. Is that so? If we start packing from tomorrow, we'll be safe to move on at the beginning of next week. Any longer than that, and we'll be dipping our toes into the water, har! Well, it is inevitable that we should keep constant movement. Even ignoring the ice changing, our rescue vessel will not be searching for us here. Get the word out then, Kurt. We leave in a week. I will, Captain. To stay is death. We're moving on. Thank you, Kurt. Have a good evening, Templeton. Captain. And then eavesdrop once I'm out of earshot. We'll have to move camp within the coming week. Aye. We wait around here any longer, we'll be swallowed up. Captain Shaw has been cautious. And we are still set to match the arrival of rescue. Aye. Let's not waste any more bloody time. The boiler can't last forever. Is Hammond in on this conspiracy? Call it a night. Can't tend to the furnace. Get out of here. Doctor, you seem worse for wear this evening. Sorry, I've not had much sleep lately. Something disturbing your rest? Just some bad dreams. A shame, a shame. Get some rest early, Arthur. I'll inform you if an emergency arises. Oh, thank you, Kurt. You can thank me with a good night's sleep. He's kind of like the Hungry Hearts Diner grandma, but for sleep health. Finished developing. Finished cleaning equipment. Nobody wants to talk to me today. Dogs need rest. Grimley's going to sleep. Kurt's going to sleep. I guess the good news is that if I was lax on talking to anybody on a previous week, maybe you get bumped up to a later one. Well, let's end the week and move camp then. Food I'm going to keep so that our one crewman could be cured of their scurvy. I'll just alternate week by week. Half rations, full rations, half rations, full rations. That way we get one malnourishment, cured, one malnourishment, cured. But fuel's easy. Fuel is an easy thing to cure. And this way I don't have to worry about those resources dwindling as badly. Three research, 5 crab eater seals. Zach's freezing, that's 2 freezing then. 3 freezing. 4 freezing. We can deal with that. I'll just have to do like with the food. And have 1 week of full rations and 1 week of half. Ideally stay on halves, because 3 and under is easy to cure. Week 11. 8 weeks at the Temperance Camp. And now we're going to move to yet another camp. Well, Allons-y! After a hard morning dragging the boats, the crew come across a deeper snow ahead. Captain, the snow on the ice is getting deeper. We'll need to find a better path before dragging the whole crew through it. I'll be happy to take up the reins. Best we leave that to one of your scouts, Mr. Darling. The ice behind us is encroaching. We didn't lag behind a man with a cane. The old limp isn't that bad, Templeton. It's bad enough. Time is of the essence. Very well. You can't go wrong with my team anyway. Any one of them are capable of fighting the path in the ice. Captain, if you care to judge the course yourself, you should go ahead with them. Ill-advised. We don't know what lies ahead. Best not to take any unnecessary risks. Nah, Kirk is right. I should go ahead. Worst case scenario, I drop a little bit of Templeton's loyalty, but I'm not stressed about that. Kurt is right. I'll go with them. They got the boats on sleds. If it wasn't for that damn captain of ours, we'd have a second large lifeboat. We'd have more room for supplies. Choose a scout to send forward. Flick is small. I think I want someone with more fur on them. Quilzy? Quilzy, you're with me. Let's go. You and Quilzy trudge your way further ahead, keeping an eye out for dips of the snow that could damage the boats. It isn't long before you both hear a sound from ahead where the ice is thinner. Stop. The eggshell surface of the floes erupt, revealing a large, slimy creature, mouth agape, with files of razor-sharp teeth expectant. Leopard seal! The hunting shotgun. The bolt-action rifle. The revolver's not gonna penetrate that. Give me the rifle. The flare would scare it off. I want meat! You grab the rifle and steady it as you aim towards the beast barreling towards Quilzy. The beast continues, unhindered. Fear mixes with snow, freezing Quilzy in place. Now, this isn't a shotgun, it's a rifle. I'd have better aim at range. What do I do? What do I do? Do I fire now or wait for it to get closer? We were in the Admiralty after all. I'm gonna wait for it to get closer. The animal's gaining speed, closing distance. Fire! You crack the rifle and the bullet flies, piercing the flesh of the sea leopard, but the beast continues to charge despite its injuries. Oh man, I needed 2 shots. Reload, and it's gonna be too late. Charges into Quilzy, knocking them over in the snow. Fire! The shot connects. At least he's only knocked over. He's only knocked over. So the absolute worst case scenario is that he's injured. I could live with him being injured. The beast drops lifeless on the ice. Inches from Quilzy. Shaken, but alive. Leave it be! Fuck no, that's food! Everything is food. It takes 2 dog sledding teams to drive the creature onto stable ice. After processing and packing the sea leopard's meat, a trove of undigested fish is found inside the stomach cavity. Take it as rations, that way I can see how much fish are worth, and if I want to feed it to the dogs, I will. We can't afford to waste any food out here. Achievement for Act 1 finished. That was Act 1. Nights are getting longer. Okay. It's only been an hour and a half of stream. But I have a vested interest in emptying this bladder of mine, so I'm gonna take a BRB now before we start the captain's log. I mean, games tend to have a 3-act structure when they have act structures at all, so 1/3 through the game then, we get to the meat and gristle of it now. I guess we'll get to the hardships once I return, so see you in a bit. Alright, I've come back, and Onyx has decided to perch on the top of my computer, right there. Right where he was when his ass slapped onto the power button and shut off the entire computer. But now, the notebook that fits up there perfectly is in place. His ass is over the power button. The notebook keeps a level field on top of it. He cannot depress the button. Toasty, get back in the window. Toasty, I see you there, baby. Now that we moved camps, we got double the cat interference. Toasty, there's too much light! Daywalkers! You're fine, Toasty. That was vampire hiss, not mad at you hiss. Week 11. Captain Shaw, personal log. A new camp has been erected on the ice floe. The prospect of land is still far off from here. Could I write about all of this? The Temperance went under, finally consumed by the ice. She will be missed. The old vessel had become a home for the crew. Toasty. Just because the curtain can go doesn't mean it should. Toasty, don't play with that. Do you want me to tack the blind to the wall, Toasty? Even when trapped in ice, it served as a constant presence, a monument of the world we traveled from, the world that was left behind. To see it go weighed heavily upon the crew. Sign off. Captain Hunt. Ooh. Tracks ripped out of the snow. A frozen coat, that's new. Toasty, you're eating my finger through the blind just because I'm not letting you play with it. Toasty, come on. Come on. What you trying to do, baby? You just want the blind open, or... I think he wants to play like I do. He sees that I often open and close the blind, and he's discovered that it can move, and now he's an 8-month-old kitten, so he's literally a child that sees like the pull string or the button and just keeps messing with it over and over and over again, right, Toasty? Got your paw, got your paw, got your paw. Do find someplace else to play, Toasty, but at least it's harmless there for now. Proof that if nothing else, Hunt and his group were able to survive beyond the boiler incident aboard the Temperance. Too late to raise concerns now, the crew may whisper, but the Rufus Hunt is a dead man. Have to commend Hunt, he's much hardier than first believed. No judgment can be made yet. No judgment may be made yet. Careful, Toasty, this cable's there. Footprints in the snow mean little in the face of encroaching time. Is Hunt truly still alive? Toasty! The fuck? Don't bite the Wi-Fi adapter! Bad Toasty! That gets some gentle taps on the head. I'm not gonna beat the poor cat up. But a harsh tone. In the moment of his action. Toasty, don't bite on those. Is enough punishment as it is. Just have to continue negative reinforcement of, hey, you bite something you shouldn't. Out comes a harsh tone. Out comes a baps for attention. Not trying to hurt the guy after all. Come on, Toasty. You had breakfast and lunch. You're bored, aren't you? Here. Toasty, look at this, look at this. Kids, toss something that makes noise when it rattles on the ground, and he runs right out for it. Right, Onyx? Onyx is staring like, oh man, I wish I was thrown that. Is Hunt truly still alive out on the ice? Would have Smurf, Corvid, or Joe, only time will tell. The crew will not know their current state until they see it for themselves. The leopard seal attack. The crew were ambushed by a leopard seal whilst moving camp. See, I was thinking right that I don't have the traversal skills of the scout crew, but it turns out it's a good thing I went after all, because the real difference is, do I get to do something to change the outcome of the attack, or let my chosen scout get mauled? It was fortunate that all managed to escape with their lives. An act of great fortune, survived because we were prepared. We survived because we were prepared. Careful, Toasty. Toasty! Quit looking for things to chew! You're gonna make me yell Toasty this entire stream, aren't you, Toasty? Come here, come here, come here. Don't sign off. Toasty, don't make me sign off. It was quick thinking and the appropriate resource that won out of the day for the crew. The vigilance is to be kept up at all times as the crew be met with a true disaster. That leopard seal was but a warning of the dangers that rest on the ice. And as for summer, by all estimates, it appears that summer has arrived on the ice. Oh, has it? I thought with the night getting longer. Then again, with the tilt of the sun. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, because sometimes you do get... Sometimes, I mean, like clockwork. Nights, or seasons of no night. Right? So it's not that, oh no, the night's getting longer, winter's approaching. It's... the nights are getting longer, we gotta burn more fuel maybe, since temperatures drop in the night, but more importantly, oh no, it's summer, the ice is gonna melt more. A prime occasion for hunting, and a comparable respite from truly freezing temperatures, the worst of which are yet to come. With the arrival of summer comes a promise of winter. Oh, so it's gonna get worse after the summer then. Enjoy the respite while it lasts. We must not lose sight of what lies ahead. Prepare for the winter. We must not lose sight of what lies ahead. Preparing for winter. The long night winter will prove the greatest challenge to the crew. The crew must be ready lest they be torn apart by unlivable temperatures, the lack of food, and the harsh cutting blizzards yet to come. Onyx, I'd really rather if you climb up and down the computer. That you don't climb up and down from the back of the computer where all the ports and cables and fans are. I'm gonna have to ban you from there, buddy. Put like a big box or something. And Toasty, quit messing with the window! Actual toddlers would be easier to manage right now because at least they understand English. Come on, Toasty. Signing off. Alright, so let's see where we are first. We didn't move far at all. Oh. We got more surveying we have to do. All that prime material we should have kept. Hey, Alexander Osius. Our cats. These cats. But hey, if there's more surveying to be done, that's more work to be done. Toasty. Don't mess with the Wi-Fi adapter. Have I got to ensconce the computer in a box to keep you guys from messing with it? You know what? Gotta pull off cat dad tactics again. Onyx, Toasty. Onyx, Toasty. Yeah, that's right, Toasty. Onyx, do you want to come with? I don't want to separate you two both. Toasty? Okay, trouble is, I was gonna lock them both outside, but Onyx is being a good boy and just laying in bed grooming himself. And I don't want to lock Toasty outside my room all day alone. That'd be cruel. Toasty, if I put you on the bed and you take a nap with Onyx, does that sound good to you? Does that sound good, Toasty? Not Toasty? Here. You and Onyx take a nap together, okay? Nap, Toasty. If you take a nap with Onyx, I won't have to put you outside. Otherwise, you're both going outside, and then Onyx won't be happy. All right? Gonna behave, Toasty? Okay. Love you, kitten. I think he understands the message. Either that, or he's upset that I was gonna take him outside the room and change my mind. The island is more ensconced in ice now. I guess we have moved a little, because first we were there, right? And now we're a little bit more east. Man, all we had to do was listen to Kurt. He's in there, in the window. As long as he's satisfied there, then I'm fine. Oh, look at that big carcass. Is that the leopard seal? We got the leopard seal added to camp. Is that because we hunted it? We shot it and killed it and brought it with us, and if we didn't, it wouldn't be there. And there's a whole bunch of penguins hanging. That looks pretty big. Hold on, I want to see. Do a little bit of research here. Leopard seal average weight. 780 pounds. Crab-eater seal, 440 to 660 pounds. Southern elephant seal. This is saying 4,900 to 8,800 pounds. For the elephant seal, southern type. Leopard seal only provides 12 fuel because it's not as blubbery as an elephant seal, I guess. But 24 hoosh. It's thousands of pounds lighter than an elephant seal, but provides more hoosh. Eating it now has a sense of justice, a great source of blubber, large game. What's fish do? 15 hoosh and causes malnutrition, really? Vile, oily fish are hard to stomach, but food nonetheless. Better to be burned or fed to the dogs at the kennels. But I guess emergency food is emergency food. 15 hoosh as opposed to 10 for the spoiled food. It's actual fish, and it makes the crew feel malnourished. Let's see what folks want around camp. Mrs. Gloss. That beast was quite the specimen. I wonder if we'll encounter another of its kind. That's all she has to say. It was so big. Run, where'd you go? There you are. Do you think there's another one out there? More food if it is, if there are more. The dogs have been on edge as the creature attacked. They prefer to be the hunters on the ice. Let us hope we never see a repeat of the situation. So, since we lose access to all the other hunting spots, then doing any surveying in that final week was a waste. We should have done 1 science expedition and 2 hunts. Now we could do 4 things. So 1 science expedition, 3 hunts. Would have been plenty of food and fuel. Captain, close one yesterday, wasn't it? Let's hope there aren't any more of those beasties looking to make us dinner. You could see the ice there with all the stepping around they do and the dragging they had to do. I don't like how cobbled it looks out of the furnace. Okay. Weekly requests. Captain, this territory of ice we find ourselves on, it would seem we have our pick of the litter. This ice is teeming with life. Life that has never encountered our like in the past. We'll be able to hunt to our heart's content. Would be wise to spend a good deal of time here. It would seem that way. However, we will not be able to stay here forever. Kurt has left me his assessment of the coming dangers. This ice is not stable. Didn't I say I didn't like how cobbled it looked? Put simply, we have the dead ice encroaching behind us, and the risk of a pressure ridge bubbling up and forming ahead of us. We cannot stay for too long lest we find ourselves trapped here. Still, that is a worry for another time. For now our main concern is the crew. They are shaken from the attack? Of course. But that is not what I meant. Your time as captain of this expedition has surpassed that of Captain Hunt. But that is not the case in the eyes of all. Sailor loyalty runs deep in their veins. Take the Stoke brothers, for instance. They voted against you. They still speak of Hunt as a captain and refuse that moniker on you. Every song that Elderwind plays on his accordion, they're traditional songs of the sea folk. His loyalty to Hunt is clear as day. I would be careful around those two. I'm not too worried. I've already got Junior's 5 votes guaranteed. And we're working on Grimly. He's about 1/3 there. All that is needed is one insubordinate with enough pull to lead the crew astray. Willing, be careful. I will not allow distrust to sow among the crew. They may be loyal to Hunt, but they do their work. We do gotta worry about crew politics, though. Careful, Toasty. Toasty is trying to climb up. He did it. He climbed to the top of the computer like his big bro does. But is Toasty going to be a little gremlin and uniquely be able to turn off the computer through the notebook? Toasty, are you content up there? If you're content up there, then that's perfectly fine by me. You on the top of the computer, surveying like your big brother, your big bro Onyx, taking a nap on the bed, means Papa Guinea could play. Duly noted, be careful. I'm simply stating what we should look out for. Regardless, he has some requests to deal with. They're waiting outside. Alright, let's take them. Stanbury! Arf! Should you not be with your master, dog? Please, do not bother the captain. Apologies, Shaw. No doubt Stanbury smelled the scent of the latest catch on you. The latest catch? Some fish was added to the stores, I take it. Stanbury has quite the taste for it. Are you suggesting we feed it to the dogs? If you wish. I assure you they have enough to eat, though. I'm certain the pack would enjoy that, but we cannot allow them to grow spoiled. Come, Stanbury. Odd creatures. Okay, Cordell, what did you really come here for? Captain Shaw. This area is teeming with life. Naive life at that. These creatures had never seen humans before. They do not even know how to run. Some will even approach out of curiosity. In my opinion, we should be engaging in hunts as often as possible while we can. Agreed. Thank you, Cordell. Cordell exits. Just give me guidance. Junior. Well, despite it all, we've managed to land ourselves a hefty piece of meat. A leopard seal and the fish in its belly. It's up to you how we prepare it, Shaw. Feasting on the thing would be nice. Tonight we feast on leopard seal. We can feast on the fish we found inside of it, save the seal. We shouldn't be wasting meat. Save the seal meat until it's needed. Let's say tonight we feast. That means add it to the hoosh, not make it vanish and my food stores disappear, right? Yes, tonight we feast on leopard seal. Good to hear. Plus 10 loyalty, plus 10 decorum. How's his loyalty now? Almost maxed. I'm sure the crew will be ecstatic. And Mr. Gloss, not to gloss things over? Captain, I have this bottle of wine in my personal stores. My wife and I plan to enjoy it on our trip home, but it seems that's much further out than we first believed. So we thought, why not share it with the crew? Ring in the new camp proper. Spread it out, add it to the rations. Enjoy it on your trip home. Excellent idea, thank you. I mean, if we spread it out, add it to the rations, that's still them sharing it with the crew. You know? It's his idea, but better phrased. I had hoped for more of a celebration, though I suppose it best we show restraint. Very well, I'll leave the bottle with our cook. Plus 20 food. Is that plus 20 food from our big, beautiful... No, it's still there. Let's do some eavesdrop. Are you just waking now? I couldn't sleep. Scared of another seal attack, eh? Aye. Well, at least you're honest about it. In here... No one's demoralized, but I should be taking more photos. Photos do add 1 research after all, so if I want that elephant seal migration route. But I also have to be taking photos. Yeah, okay. Oh, I'm stupid! I'm stupid! You know why I'm stupid? Because once somebody is in another task, I can't warm them up! I keep forgetting there's a damn order of operations to this, and even though everyone gets warmed up if I have the engineers raise the heat, it doesn't count if they're busy working. And not even if they're busy working, if they're sitting in the medical tent, or just having an interview with a photographer. I get it if they're busy, as in I've sent them out on the ice somewhere, so of course the furnace won't matter. But they're literally in camp! Surely it matters that they're in camp. Just gonna mash on through. Stanberry, arf 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 arf. Cordell, telling me about fish. Junior, will feast on leopard seal tonight. Mr. Gloss, add the wine to the rations. And then back to where I was. No one's demoralized. I can't assign Kurtz. We'll send the other engineer. +1 research. Then we need to start hunting. Scouts. Scout. Scout some more. That's all my scouts available. Then get some hunting in. Better yet, do some research for now. Blue ice phenomena. Do 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 do. But I do want to identify as many big food sources as we can. And then hunt them all the rest of the time until we have to go. They want a leopard seal for the hoosh tonight? Then hoosh it is. 24 brings it up to 50. And a little bit extra. Furnace. Furnace, it should be okay. If I just do... What is it, half rations tonight? But it might want more because it's getting colder. Up to 2 snowflakes, it's minus 31 Celsius now. So maybe I'll give ourselves some buffer. Just waking now. Nothing else going on here. Nobody's injured. No one's in my tent. No one's with the Degs. So, that's everything assigned. And I still have I got 8 crew I could use. Time for chow then. Grimley. Shaw. Heard the photographer call my songs poetry earlier. Never thought about being a poet, I can't even write. Music and poetry are similar, you can see the comparison. Writing's not a requirement. Poetry is oral too. You're right, I've heard your music. Poetry is not the word I would use. Would he like that because he's down to earth? Music and poetry are similar. Suppose so. Still don't like it. Aww. He wanted me to say it's not poetry. Oh well. Captain, you didn't call me here so frequently. You receive your updates each day. You should focus on your crew, your own rest. Seem hesitant to share why is that? This is my rest time. With my acquaintance, Mr. Templeton. Flattering. I do not deny that we are partners in this endeavor. I suppose to act of survival goes beyond a simple professional relationship. Lost in thought? Our encounter with the wildlife has left me rather perturbed. We can only be thankful that none were harmed. Indeed. If I hadn't been there. 2 Johns. That was definitely Joe's coat we found, wasn't it? You think they're all still out there? I wouldn't be surprised. Hunt's tough for an old man. We don't know how long that jacket was there. Don't get your hopes up. Captain, tell them not to get carried away. Survived this long way, couldn't they? They're gone, don't get carried in fantasy. Don't know. As captain, we have to be decisive. If this gives them morale, we survived this long, why couldn't they? -5 loyalty. Aw, oh, come on, Grimly. Even Captain Shaw thinks so. Don't encourage them. Nah, that jacket means something. It could mean Joe froze to death. Well, don't you have a sunny disposition? I'm being realistic. Engineers look a bit shaken, Chief. Worried about another attack from some beastie? Aye. More worried about one of them getting to this boiler. If it's wrecked, we're done for. Think we should have an overnight watch then? I'll handle that. Of course you will. Runts da is all the way over here, but the ear was down there. Timmy, don't be wandering off. I'm fine, da. Stick close to me. Don't know what's out there. I said I'm fine. Aw. Kids. Evening. That rescue ship better be coming. Don't trust the benefactor to follow through. Have you worked with them before? Haven't you worked with them before? Or do you trust Templeton? Haven't you worked with them before? Aye, and they paid me well, when all goes right. They've always been the type to weigh their purse before anything. He's worked with the benefactor before, then could he tell me about them? Because Templeton never did. He's kept his lips shut. Overheard some crew talking about having missed proper food back on land. Ungrateful bastards, should have smacked them. Huh. Can't blame them though. We've been out here quite a while. You don't miss land, do you? Switch up the cooking? Complaints are ridiculous, there's nothing wrong with your food? He already loves me. He's salt-born, but he does like the restaurants on land. Don't miss the land, do you? Not at all. I have no attachment there. I'm salt-born, more so than most. For me, it's the sea I miss. Kurt, the camera woman, and the doctor. You make your way toward the main camp, approaching Kurt as he speaks to Nutley. Well, it's not that I find use in it. I understand. I know the struggles of having so much pressure put on you at a young age. So, you're saying you were nervous when you were my age? No, of course not. I was a 6'5" hooker in rugby. But of course I could empathize. You approach, and you notice Kasha following close behind you, a few steps back with some hesitation. Kurt's eyes catch you and he calls you both over. Ah, Captain Shaw. I was just helping a good doctor. Our first trip out onto the ice left him shaken, and I'm set to calm his spirits. Kurt, you haven't spoken to Kasha before, she's a fan. Nutley's more resilient, he'll be fine. It'll take more than a pep talk. So Kasha already likes me. Nutley, I feel like this is who gets to have the +5 bonus. But it'll take more than a pep talk, would probably demoralize him more. Kurt, you haven't spoken to Kasha, she's a fan. Toss her out of the bus. -5 loyalty. Well, there was no need to say that, Captain. Oh, is that so? Kurt smiles as he puffs out his chest with confidence, happy to hear of a fan aboard the crew. Well, found sounds childish. I've simply followed your career for a long time. Quick tech check here. All looking good. No need to be modest. I've encountered many a fan in my time. That must explain your habit of snapping photos of myself from a distance. Kasha shakes her head. That's not it. Your stature simply makes for more impactful images. It's the same with Nutley and his constant look of abject terror. That makes for good photos? They look amazing. It's great work. Keep it up. Thank you. Let us not sell our good doctor short. I'm sure with time we'll feature in images with statue rivaling my own. Nutley stares at the floor. I probably don't have it in me. Not compared to the rest of the crew. The rest? Yes. I look at someone like Hammond rescuing the boiler. How Kasha covered the plagues in the street, and you, with your famous expeditions. What do I have? Kasha steps forward into the conversation. Is that some kind of jape? You're a doctor. You perform surgery. That's brave enough as it is. Oh, thank you. You're a trained surgeon. None of the rest of us can say that. True, Nutley, valuable part of the crew. You're assuming you'll be capable of actual surgery. No. To make him hate me. We all need to be brave in our situation. It's true, Nutley. You're a valuable part of the crew. Everyone gets +5 loyalty from that. I am? Right. Yes, I am. Thank you, Captain Shaw. Aye. We're all doing a good job of pulling our weight around here. Nutley returns to his tent as Kurt begins to share stories by the campsite with Kasha. Finally got them talking. The young journalist keenly taking notes. Who else we got? Have you ever attended the theater, Captain? It is a luxury I have not indulged in quite some time. A good 10 years at least. Surprised you enjoy the theater? I've seen a few plays in my time, yes. Gain her loyalty, that's all it took. Having gone to the plays. That's +1 vote, +1 vote, +1 vote. +4. +4. +5. 5 voting against me, and 3 abstaining. That is good to know. Perhaps we could trade experiences at some time. Enjoying the craft of the theater. It's quite the escape, Captain. A shame it is a luxury we cannot carry with us on the ice. Sure it is. We just have to, pick someone to perform for us. We'll put... Anytime I have crew to spare, they'll spend the week rehearsing, coming up with skits. Oh, that's brilliant, isn't it? Permanent +10, +15 decorum boost every single week. As long as I got spare guys. Evening, Shaw. We've been here quite a while, haven't we? Longest I've been on the ice, no doubt. Sounds like you're struggling. What was your previous record? Put on a brave face for the young ones. It sounds like you're struggling. -5 loyalty. Struggling is a strong word, Captain. We all know a day on the ice is a trial. But even my experience leaves me ill-prepared for this. I'm worried I'll grow to know little else. Call it a night, see at breakfast, can't tend the furnace if he's yabbing, grimly, stares and goes to sleep. Captain, something worrying occurred to me. Enough time has passed that those back on land will know something went wrong. My parents are optimists, but they've no doubt done their research on expeditions such as this. Statistics are not a guarantee. Maintain optimism. They must be missing you dearly. You knew the risk, they did too. They must be missing you dearly. No doubt. Well, all the more reason to return home. Can't let them waste away waiting for me. And Nutley? Captain, I realize something. Enough time has passed now. My family, they'll know something went wrong. You see, what did I say? They're bonding together now that they share a tent. that now they're starting to talk alike. My father must be mortified. My mother. I can't imagine how worried she must be. Your father's more concerned for his son than mortified? All the more reason to return home sooner? Reasonable to be homesick, try to stay strong though? All the more reason to return home sooner. Yes, well, we're stuck waiting for the rescue ship, but I want to see them again. I miss them. Alright. Everybody's been assigned, right? So let's put... Okay, we've already assigned someone for the interviews. No one needs healing, because they're doing good on that. Food and fuel is alright for the week. I guess let's go to sleep. Look at that. Under normal conditions, I have to spend more fuel now. If I spend 75 fuel, I simply have to accept that 2 people are going to be freezing tonight. Half rations on both, 2 people be freezing, but we can fix that in the morning. 1 person malnourished, we can fix that by doing full rations the next week. This is gonna be a toughie. The demands are gonna get stronger and stronger. Gloss freezing on the hunt. Zach freezing on the hunt. Quilsy freezing. Dick freezing. And Gloss malnourished. Just had to get 2 extra people getting cold on the trip out. It's a lot more gold. We got actual twilight. It's not just daylight, 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 then dark. We get actual sunrise and sunset before darkness falls. So first, I got 4 frozen peoples. Including Ricky Dick. Hopefully he's one of the 3. Okay, good, because if he goes from freezing to frozen tomorrow, then I don't think I can put him on the furnace. I have to put him into the have to properly cure him. The fact that Hadrian Quilsy is freezing now means he won't get any more frozen if I send him out, right? You approach Hammond at the boiler. Morn. Started to miss that ship. I got spare time on my hands now. First time for everything. You say that like it's a bad thing. -5 loyalty! Come on, Hammond! Spare time's a poison. You'd want to avoid it when you can. No conversation here. Okay. Morning oh, hello, Hammond. I'm not accusing you of anything. Then why do you keep launching questions at me? I told you on the ship, the engineering was impeccable. Then why did we sink, Hammond? Why am I sentenced to the ice? Because Captain Hunt chose to send us into the middle of the ice shelf instead of around it, and then we got frozen in, and you yourself, Templeton, said that the ice is impossible to break, and then because the ship was stuck in the ice, the pressures around it simply crushed it. I have more important things to be getting on with, Templeton. I just need to know what happened to the Temperance. You must have miscalculated. They stop and turn to you. Captain, good of you to join us. Templeton was just interrogating me. Not that interrogation. We all have questions here, Mr. Hammond. You must have questions of your own, Hammond. Aye, too right I bloody do. Does Shaw not even know who the benefactor is? I don't. Templeton looks between the two of you and considers a moment. The scientist scans the room before moving to pick up a food tin from the corner. He lifts up the tin and throws it toward you. Apperton. The company that makes shit cigarettes and whose canned food spoils after only a few weeks. The Apperton Tinning Company. Tinned fresh peaches. Consume within 3 days of opening. Are you serious? That's who's paying for this. We might die in the middle of fucking nowhere for a tinned food company, Shaw. They have additional investments. A step down for the Admiralty. I've seen wars won with food, no shame in it. It's no matter anyway. Money is good. This changes nothing about the mission. The mission is our survival, not the money. Of course. But I'm certain you would appreciate handsome pay as a reward for said survival. The two men observe each other. Are we all in agreement, Captain? Aye, for now. Hammond exits. Alright. So now we know who our mysterious benefactor. If it makes no difference at all, then why was Templeton so keen to keep this information hidden from me? He didn't want me to know that our mysterious, enigmatic benefactor was a tin food company with mysterious other investments. Junior, Curtin, Grimley. Junior first. Shaw. I did a stock on our current food after leaving Temperance Camp. We're burning through our food stores at a fair rate. Luckily, game is in abundance here. It should not be difficult to stockpile further food stores. For the time being, yes. But winter's approaching fast, and with it, the game will start to dry up. We need to make the most of our time here if we're going to survive the winter. What is your estimate, Mr. Stoke? It's hard to say, but we'll need enough to last us 12 weeks. 12 weeks! And that's at the bare minimum, assuming the tightest rations possible during winter. Understood. Thank you, Junior. Captain, we have a great opportunity to increase our food stores by a considerable degree. But we must consider the encroaching winter. If we do not have enough to last the winter, survival is just not possible. Kurt? Ah, Captain. The sunlight won't last forever, you know. No time like the present to play a game of rugby. A game with the crew? That's what you're suggesting? Why not? Keeps the spirits high and the blood pumping. An active crew's a healthy crew. On average, I have 8 spare crew a day. I'm inclined to believe them. A simple game always did wonders on my old expeditions. A wonderful idea, I'm sure the crew would enjoy it. 3 to 5. I have to think about my hunting expeditions. Oh, it's sure to be a lark. 6 decorum up. Chances like this don't come often, Captain. Then grimly, Shaw noticed something. Crew go into those interviews with the photographer all shaken, but they're always feeling better when they come out. It seems speaking with Belford helps alleviate some of their stress and trauma. Helps that she's a cutie. Aye, thought you should know. Well, Captain, we should continue to send any shaken crew her way. Just reminding me of the mechanic. Captain, perhaps you may have noticed some discontent among the crew. Sideways glances and the like? Yes, why? You may thank the Elder Stoke for that. Perhaps you should listen to what he's been playing as of late for the crew. Songs of disrespect. Songs of mutiny. He seems intent to sow distrust for you among the crew. He's becoming a problem. Never should have kept the accordion? What do you suggest we do? I feel I should make peace with the man somehow. I fear you'll have a difficult time, Captain. Stoke seems to have dug in his heels. You will need to find some way to appease him. Either that, or remove his accordion from the equation. I'll have a talk with him, Templeton. I suggest you do. A simple talk may not be enough. Alright. In that case, I'll save the discontent booster for after we have our talk with him. Eavesdrop. Life's better when you're not lugging equipment off a ship, don't you think? Har, and you're one of the young ones. I was throwing my back out every day. Some well-deserved rest coming our way. Terminally. If you think this is the end of our work, you have another thing coming. Advanced time. Hoosh needs to be filled up. We're gonna get some scurvy pretty soon, so I gotta hold on to my remaining 3 lemons. Let's toss an elephant seal in. That'll maintain our numbers for a bit. Three additional food with the spice crates. Also, if I toss an elephant seal in the furnace, that cures freezing. That's extra reason why I want more and more elephant seals. I think maybe I'll want to over-rely on crab-eater seals every week. Because if I catch 6 crab-eater seals, 5 crab-eater seals, times 5, that's additional 30 each week. And I can get a surplus pretty easily every week. And then reserve the seals, the elephant seals I mean, for fuel primarily. And if I simply run lower coal supplies being burned, lower fuel being burned, people will start to freeze. But then each elephant seal reduces that freezing by 1. And then have my my engineers further reduce the freezing by 1 more. By 3 each week. So we have options. Who's frozen for now? Quilzy. Well, let's go ahead then, and put an elephant seal in. I'm gonna have to maintain this number anyway, so either way I gotta feed it. Just shoved an entire elephant seal in there. Okay. Let's send folks out. 27 of 30 research. If I interview 3 more people, I can get the elephant seal migration path. Send out our scientists. Leopard seal? +1 leopard seal, +1 leopard seal. I'm gonna pay attention to that one. I want to send my dudes out first, but we're gonna be eating good. Plenty of crab eaters. We're getting 3 leopard seals. 3 leopard seals is so careful, Toasty. Just the light here, Toasty, that's okay. You having a good nap up there, baby? Okay, so we're gonna be eating so good now. Let's go ahead, advance to dinner. Because no one else to talk to right now. Oh, the leopard seal's gone, we've eaten it. And so the sprite goes away. See what I mean? Those little changes to the camp map are things Macaw absolutely adores. Even the dogs are, oh, look at that! The runt is playing with the runt. Lady Cordell getting her hoosh next, Hammond behind her, then the doctor, then the scientists. Which means, by the look of it, the sailors get their food first, the scout crews got their food first, and then looks like the other officers get their food after that. That is good. You gotta make sure the workers get their food first. That's just good leadership. Okay, let's go deal with some issues. We got everyone gathering around for mutinous accordion playing here. You notice the sailors are still seated around the campfire, listening with rapt attention as Grimly plays his accordion. So the loss of Hammond is regrettable, but he's only 5 away from loyal again. Grimly, I can't get above 1/3. Sometimes he likes me, then something happens to knock him down. But everyone else, adoration, 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 adoration. So, Grimly basically stands alone. As he continues to play, the crew join in on the song. Are they gonna sing it? Is it gonna be like Sung Sung? He's got skills.
Captain has a frozen arse, hard as rock, no thawing soon. Never tells which way is south, hardly tells their arse from mouth. They never had a no shipper taken our command, sends to the hells for biscuits, we eat out of their hands. We eat out of their hands. Captain Hunts could take a ship further than his fingertip. Captain Shaw can't move a pace. What a waste of hauling space. They never had a no shipper taken our command. Send us to the hells for biscuits. We eat out of their hands. We eat out of their hands.
I'm loving this. They're so skilled. The harmony, the backing. Also, what did I say? Lady Cordell was talking about missing the theater. Put the crew to performance. Like I said, morale's gonna be through the roof. And that's 8 basic crew with them. There's the 2 Grimly brothers, counts as officers, and then 8 basic crew joining in song. Did I not say I've always got 8 crew spare put some of them to work. I know I did. Laugh it off, because that was fantastic. You let out a laugh, and the crew look at you. They begin to laugh in turn. 10 decorum! Grimly is upset. He wanted to upset me. Like I said, they got talent, man. The festivities of dinner wind down, as all return to their business. There's Grimly. Bravo, Grimly, bravo! Hunt had a musician in his crew when I was a small one. Learned how to make and play the accordion from them. He made his own accordion even. That's phenomenal. Then they just left. Always wondered what happened to him. Were they a carpenter as well? You admired them, did you? Had I been happy to leave without a word? Now you admired them, yeah? Admired the music. I knew what I wanted to do right then. Inching ever so closely to halfway. Junior. You know, I used to be much taller than Grimly when we were growing up. It would piss him off something fierce, being the older brother. Even Hunt would poke fun. Don't know why I remember that now, though. I don't suppose he'd appreciate me poking fun, would he? I'm sure you're happy to have something over him, feeling nostalgic. You don't think he'd appreciate me poking fun, do ya? He'd deck ya, no doubt. He even tried that with Captain Hunt a few times. Hammond. Crewmate just asked me if the dogs could serve as emergency fuel. Don't think they were serious. But I had a bloody good laugh and imagine the Kettle Master's face if he suggested it. You tell Cordell, I'll watch. Cash will work on your obituary. Let's hope they weren't serious. We can't be resorting to suggestions like that, well, would they? We know he likes his sense of humor. He's got jokes, so you tell Cordell, I'll watch. Cash will write the obituary. Gained his loyalty back. See, we understand Hammond now. We get him. We get him. I suppose my earlier assessment the first time through that, oh my goodness, I can't believe it. The prompts are so vague. I'm walking on eggshells. It's not like the elections every week. Maybe they would have more frequent elections if things were going to pot a lot worse. But right now they seem to like me, so losing some loyalty, getting a -5 here or there is not the biggest thing. It does jump out at you because it kind of lights a fire under you that you gotta make sure everyone likes you or else you're gonna lose support. You had this vote now, you won't meet the next vote. But we haven't had any since the first. But the game does have lots of branching points. We could just be going through a good route. You're a funny one now, aren't you? Pretty sure it's Captain's job to pass on that message. You should try it. Eavesdrop. Shouldn't you be with your father, lad? I'm grown enough. I thought the same at your age. Aye, long time ago. Consider yourself lucky someone's taking care of you, lad. Hammond is done for the night. Captain, I never thought I'd say it, but I'm starting to miss being on proper land. Tucker, aren't you saltborn? Yeah. There's more drink back on land. Prefer the sea, do ya? I'm growing used to the ice myself. Prefer the sea. Better people at sea. A lot of bad memories back on land. Templeton, enough time has passed. Our benefactor may have realized a disaster has occurred. He better have, Templeton. You promised me 35 weeks and we get rescued. It is week 13 now. I've known our benefactor for quite some time. Rest assured, they will not be giving up on this expedition. Ill-fated to begin with, they should have seen this coming. Let's hope not. Our hopes right on the rescue ship? We can trust them to send rescue. What if Templeton is actually the founder or president of this company? And he came aboard with us, dead certain in our success, and that's why he's dead certain that they're actually going to send a rescue crew to the ship of nobodies going to Antarctica. Responsibility on our end lies surviving long enough to see it. And since no one was demoralized, we'll go ahead, medical tent. Send people to the photographer. Who is free? Scouts are all busy, engineers are all busy. Gnomes, your turn. +1 research. How's my research looking now? 28 of 30. Tomorrow it's gonna be 31 of 30. Scientists are talking here. Just the boy types. The Mr. Gloss and the Mr. Zack. It's good to have some music with your dinner, is it not? I suppose you should take what's given to us. I intended to bring a phonograph, but there was no space among my equipment. A shame. But I quite enjoy what we have now. This shadow here looks a little bit like a pig or an aardvark. Setting to Fennec. Shadow. Is it a pig or an aardvark? Templeton's retiring. Captain, I was playing with Cordell's dogs earlier. I think when I return home, I'm going to get myself a pet. Not a dog, though. Maybe an exotic bird like a parrot. There's that optimism. Good to hear. She's maxed. Why a parrot? A pet that can hold a conversation. What's not to like? I mean, you guys hear me talking with Onyx, with Toasty, who's having a nap up on the computer still. He's so cute. They might not speak English, but we can definitely converse both ways. I complain, they give a pain look and a meow. I say it's not dinner time, you just been fed. And you go meow. And start biting at my ankles. Toasty's so funny. At least with Onyx, when he wakes me up in the morning, when I get out of bed to get them food, Onyx will walk ahead and go forward, expecting me to get the food and get them fed. Toasty, once he knows I'm going to feed him, he starts walking figure eights in front of my feet. He's like, come on, feed me, come on, feed me. But the more he does that, the longer it takes to feed him, because that little guy's going figure eights in front of my feet in the dark of the morning. Then again, maybe it'll be too much to handle. I should keep it simple to talk, perhaps. Captain, I've made friends with this crew. Nutley of Didn't, congratulations! Kasha, Kurt, Jr. They've all treated me with kindness since I've arrived. Sorry, I just had to say that out loud to someone. I suppose it sounds awfully childish to brag about, doesn't it? It's okay to be childish, you're in your youth. Childish? No. Pathetic? Maybe. If you want to go for the everyone hates you achievement. Not at all. I'm happy for you, Arthur. Now we're gonna be the father figure. 10 loyalty! That's all he wants to hear. He couldn't hear it from his dad, he'll hear it from us. There. Oh, thank you, Captain. I'm happy I could admit something like that. It's kind of you to listen. Okay, she's got her assignment. There's no one sick to deal with. I should probably at some point have all the doctors make more medical concoctions. I got 2 medical comforts. So if I want to instantly cure 2 people in the medbay and get them back to work, I could. Twice. So I guess I'm in no rush yet. Spoken to everybody here, called it a night. Captain, something occurs to me. I know startingly little of your life. You have invited me here several times now, and I have given little thought into asking about your own affairs. A staggering lack of etiquette, wouldn't you agree? Isn't much to know you to ask. I don't care much for etiquette, haven't been offended. Is there something you wanted to know? No, not particularly. I was merely remarking on my faux pas. I said I've no interest in prying. You are Captain Shaw. That is all I need to know. If I had said I don't care about etiquette, she'd like that. She comes from city folk. She enjoys the theater. But she doesn't like the life she left behind. She enjoys moving around more than staying settled. So she's not exactly Miss Decorum herself, despite the common folk calling her Lady Cordell, possibly derisively. But that's fine. We have her support anyway, so there's no need to boost it further unless I'm that worried about losing 1 vote if I get a -5 on her. Runts da. If you're looking for Runt, he's over off with the lefty. Captain, you have any children of your own? I do. No, none. Why do you ask? Was it Captain Hunt who asked if he's married, but kind of left it as an open question? I don't think we answered on that, did we? Were we able to? I don't think we were. I do, I don't, or cagey. Let's say we do. Wait. Runsta isn't a senior officer, so I don't get any goody points if I try to ingratiate myself with him. But who knows? He is crew, so Grimley or Junior might like the answers I give. You miss them. Most of the crew don't know what it's like. Oh, that's it. Just giving me a little bonding moment with Doug. Is his name, right? Doug? Yeah, I remembered. I know my crew. I know my crew like they're my own children. I have 25 children to tend here, and 14 pets. And I'm quite certain everyone's been handled. So with that all out of the way. Food, fuel. Start the next week. We have leopard seal location known. We got crab eater seal locations known. We could do some hunts tomorrow while doing more expeditions. For now, next week. So rations will be okay. Wouldn't be cured of malnourishment. Crew to develop freezing. Man. I kind of have to let them. Because having to manage food and fuel is going to be such a struggle. I gotta go back and forth on these, just accept that some people will go freezing. 2 will go freezing, though. And then more are going to be frozen when they come back from their scouting parties or research parties. They've been doing that very reliably the colder it gets. I need to, but can I afford to? That's why I need more elephant seals, though, wouldn't it? Get more elephant seals found so I get a good stockpile of food. Of fuel, leopard seal and crab eater seals. Could be food. Elephant seals. Could be lots of fuel, while also curing some freezingness. I don't want to use them all up just yet, though. And if I end up with the wrong crew, cured of freezing, and too many people freezing, I'm gonna end up with frostbite. Too many frostbite. If I get more than 2 frostbite, then someone's gonna die, because the only way to fix it is to send them to the hospital for a bit. And only 2 people could fit in the hospital at a time. Anyone in excess is kaput. Half rations, at full rations. Normal fuel rations is 1 crew member develops freezing, so it's already gonna happen. This is gonna make stockpiling something difficult. I guess for now, let's play it safe. We got a few weeks until winter. Hopefully. One freezing on the hunt. Another freezing on the hunt. Malnourish is gone, so I can skimp on food next time. Freezing. And at this end of week 13, this gets us pretty close to 3 hours of stream. Captain is going to relieve himself with a head for a second. I'll be right back, and then next week we'll maybe get some nice good hunts, and we're gonna get more leopard seals. Gonna get some leopard seals. And if our scouting team does good, maybe some elephant seals, if not some crab eaters. And I'll be right back quick. Alright, 3 freezing crew. That's not too bad to do. Shall we get on to week 14? I wasn't feeling the stress too bad out for the past few weeks, but now that the pressure's constantly on, it's supposed to be summer and it's snowing now, it's getting colder. Minus 34. The daylight's getting shorter. Whatever summer they were talking about, they were making it up. We've clearly left summer. Okay, let's start with putting engineers on to raise the heat. Let's start to my foot. Trash. Okay. Bunch of stuff going on right now. Toasty, you've woken up. Toasty, you're not a leopard seal. If you go back to sleep, I'll find us some better food, Toasty. How's that sound? See what all the whispers and exclamation marks are about first. Nutley and Cordell? This one wandered into my tent this morning. Come along, Pascal. Don't bother the doctor. Did he get into your stores by chance? No, he just woke me from my sleeping bag. He was licking my face. A friendly one. Not to be frightened, Doctor. I'm not, of course. Toasty, careful. You know, Richard, I much prefer a hearty dinner of wild game to what we had before. Never could stomach those tinned rations, least of all the peaches. Is that so? I admit, I might be a little biased. Ha! Where I'm from, you can get fresh peaches by the bundle, right off the tree. Bite into one of those and it takes me right back to my childhood. Yes, peaches are native to your home island, I understand. Apperton didn't quite do the flavor justice when it decided you should all have them. You all should have them. It's all too processed, I say. Well, concessions have to be made in order to encourage further production. Are you sure there is issue with the flavor? Or do you simply prefer to live off the land? You know, it might just be that. I admit there's a certain satisfaction in gathering your meal yourself. It's how we all did it hundreds of years back. Thankfully, those days are long behind us. Anyway, I must attend to the day's requests. Exclamation mark with Hammond. Morning, Captain. I think I'd have missed the summer when it leaves us. It's barely begun. Never took you for a summer man, Hammond. I'm not. Winter means colder. Colder means having to waste more fuel on this bloody thing. Not looking forward to that, let me tell you. Same. And no convos going on in here. I guess I'll put some hoosh and fuel on in case any of today's requests require some food and fuel. Plus 10 furnace if we use the ale kegs. Warms the bellies, rouses the spirits. 17 for the timber. I might as well. I'm down to 2 timber left. It's gonna be all in on the elephant seals if I can get more of them. 30 furnace for the flares is pretty awesome too. Food with the hoosh pots. Dare I let one go malnourished? Plus 15 in malnutrition, plus 10 in malnutrition. gonna have to go half rations on food today and let someone get malnourished and then go more tomorrow. Feed the hoosh. Alright, daily requests, let's see what we got. Kurt's probably gonna report on the rugby game. Kurt and Hammond, Mr. Zach. From the left, Nutley. Captain, Kurt's game of rugby was a rousing success. Everyone was eager to get involved. Even yourself, Doctor, you don't seem the sort. I could have afforded decorum get lower, given all the bonuses. I'm not, but Kurt did drag me into a game. I was tackled fairly hard. I'm still feeling it, to be honest. I'm not alone. I'm not surprised there was much roughhousing involved. Still, everyone had a great time despite the multitude of aches and pains. If you'll excuse me, I need to lie down now. Runt. Captain, I've been thinking. What is it, young man? Well, I'm not a very good sailor. I'm small, and I'm not very strong. Well, we're sorry to hear that. But I still want to help. There's plenty of sailors, but there's not as many scouts, or scientists, or engineers. Engineers, kid. It had the option of 1 to 3 engineers, right? Right? And we've only had 2. This also takes a vote away from Grimly, because Runt falls within the Grimly faction. Sailor-wise, it's 4 to Grimly, 4 to Junior. This would be 4 Juniors and 3 Grimleys, how about that? Well, those roles require quite specialized skills. Hammond likes me, so that'll be 4 votes in the Hammond pile. I could learn. Dr. Nutley loaned me his books and I've been learning to read. I can still help, just a little. Well, earning a doctorate is out of the question in this scenario, but training isn't out of the question. If you're diligent, I suppose you can be taught some of the basics. Enough to lend a hand at least. That's what I thought. Captain, please! Nutley's assistant. Do you think if I make him Nutley's assistant, I could heal 3 people at a time? That's pretty awesome if true. Kurt will be happy to have a scout, but I've only got 4 dog teams I could use anyway per day. Go speak with Hammond. He'll show you the ins and outs of engineering. Plus 15 loyalty! I have not got to worry about Hammond anymore. I'm sure, even though I thought it'd be like -5, because if Hammond's got to train this kid, on top of managing the furnace, that's more time taken away. His 2 hours of sleep on days he could afford it is gonna be 1 hour of sleep at that, maybe half an hour. But I guess it's more hands, he's got more help, and if he's got more help, he could rest once in a while. I doubt Hammond will have much patience for the boy. He must, if they give him plus 15 loyalty. Though I suppose that impatience will lead to quick results, if young Ward has the will. Kurt and Hammond, I'm telling you, you're jumping the gun here. And I'm telling you, you're out of your bloody mind. Gentlemen, what seems to be the issue here? Apologies for bursting in like this, but winter's on its way. We need to hunker down as soon as possible. If we want to survive the cold, we'll want the camp to be set up for the winter in 2 weeks. And you disagree, Kurt? You want protection for the elements, I understand. But I know just how long the winter can last. If we haven't stockpiled enough food, we'll starve to death waiting for the winter to clear. So you would suggest a longer hunting period? Much longer, 5 weeks if we can. We have to extend it as much as we can. We've barely scouted the area. 5 bloody weeks. Winter would have hit by then, are you mad? We have enough to live off. 2 weeks is all we need. No, we don't, Hammond. I'm sorry, have you been on the ice before? You talk like you have. Don't need experience to have common bloody sense, do I? Man, calm down. There's no need to turn this into turn this agreement personal. Captain, your thoughts? Agree with Kurt. Take advantage of the hunting season as long as possible. Hammond's right, can't risk waiting too long. You both like... I feel like, well, this is the moderate answer. It'll probably piss them both off. But Clive I got a bit of buffer with. Kurt really can't hate me. I'm gonna think this over. -10 loyalty on both, I knew it. They want decisive action. You can't just sit on this, Captain, you have to decide. We can't afford to be hesitant. Enough, both of you. Captain Shaw will think this matter over. I trust the Captain's choice. Perhaps 2 weeks from now, circumstances will change. We will see. Now, if both of you will carry on with your work. Fine. Okay, I trust you, Captain. And Zach? Captain, a suggestion. The ice at this camp seems stable enough that we could conceivably drill a hole through it. For what purpose? Ice fishing? Ice fishing! I understand the crew are quite adept at the pastime. And yet, just because it's not familiar fish to them, it gives them malnutrition, these babies. And it would prove a pathway to gather more food. Yes. Let's assign more crew. It's emergency rations and, if nothing else, emergency fuel. 3 crew. And that leaves 4 for the hunting. Thank you, Captain. I'll direct them in their duties. Perhaps we'll catch something worth our while. There's my requests. The earlier debate between Mr. Hammond and Mr. Darling was quite worrying. If our navigator and our engineer are at odds, a divide will form among the crew. They're both reasonable, come to that. Hammond and Kurt respect my authority. They do, but they wanted more decisive authority. It won't come to that. We can only hope. This crew is like the body. Each organ must be working in tandem if we are to survive. Alright. Do some eavesdropping. So this is as warm as it gets down here? Still cold, isn't it? You think you're cold. Wait until you have old bones like mine. I hope I'm not stuck here when I'm old. Nothing to say here. No one in the doggy tent. Warm one day. Warm one today, relatively speaking. I never understood how we can grow so used to the cold. I can't even handle a proper summer back home these days. Ha! An island summer might just be what I need when this is done. Okay. If I hunt for crab-eater seal, that takes 1 to 4. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 available. But if I hunt for leopard seal, it's only 1 and 2. First, elephant seal migration path. Hunt the migrating elephant seals. Takes 5 whole dogs. Maybe I'll hold off on it then. I can't do too much else, so I think I will do the maximum of 3 scouting parties and 1 hunt. Just penguins. If there's penguins there probably aren't seals. Little tiny penguins. Climbing over a rock to the sea. Oh, we got 2 leopard seal hunts. If I had the dogs for this, I could send 2 leopard seal parties. I'm gonna send 2 leopard seal parties next time. For now, bring home as many seals as possible. Crab eater seals, I mean. Alright, begin chow. Grimly, you notice the sailors are still seated around the campfire, listening with rapt attention as Grimly plays on his accordion. The same song from last week. 4 of the crew have since joined in. Templeton approaches, speaking to you in a hushed tone. Captain, do you hear this? I do, and I'm loving it. This has gone on long enough, don't you think? A couple of scouts, all the scouts, all the engineers, one of the scientists, 8 sailors. Lovely. It unites the crew, at least. Against you. Is that what you want? This will continue until you put a stop to it. Your leadership is in question. You have to act. I've elected to leave Grimly be. Please respect that, Templeton. I mean, at worst, they're just having a laugh. I haven't lost anyone's support through the song, so it's fine. Very well. If you won't do something, I will. As the music comes to a close, Templeton marches up to Grimly. Mr. Glossley, return to your post immediately. The old man catches himself before returning to his tent in shame. Problem? Good song. What's it about? What? What is a song about? The crowd of sailors stay, watching the confrontation. Did Shaw set you up to this? Just tell me, Mr. Stoke, what is that song about? Piss off. So you won't tell me? Grimly reaches forward and grabs Templeton stiffly by the collar. I said piss off. Templeton, I told you to leave Grimly be. Now, the entire crew gets to see us playing mom and dad with this. I am the good parent. Templeton is a stick in the mud now. -10 loyalty, but -20. He's officially halfway. And Templeton's still fine. Sowing seeds of mutiny is not something that can be left be. Grimly releases his grip on Templeton's collar. Sounds like you're the one disobeying orders. Ahem. If you'll excuse me. Templeton slinks off to his tent as the crowd disperses. We've been out here too long. Miss the sea. I just don't feel right on solid ice. Captain Hunt would tell me to suck it up if he were here. And I'll say it to you too. Suck it up, Grimly. Just makes me more of a suck up myself. I feel the same. The ice is no home. Agreed. Sooner we get off the ice, the better. Officially over halfway? Am I gonna get full support of all the crew? If there's achievements for crew loyalty by the end, it probably wants maximize on everyone, not just above the bar. Achievement searching, let's see. Achievements. Locked achievements for the Act 2, 3, 4. Oh no. It's not a 3-act structure. Act 5. Oh no. Fruitless endeavor, survive the ice unstained. Survive with Kasha alive and loyal, Nutley alive and loyal, Cordell alive and loyal. Find love on the ice. I was just thinking that I bet you that if I gave my hat to Cordell's dog, that scene was almost looking flirty. We're both transient people with no homes to our name. I bet you we could have found love on the ice. Or started finding love on the ice. If I gave my hat to her dogs. Templeton alive and loyal, Hammond alive and loyal, Kurt alive and loyal. Bring the stowaway there and back again. I gotta make sure he doesn't die. Junior alive and loyal. Succumb to the ice. Survive the ice with all crew alive. Grimly alive and loyal. Meet all crew members in the prologue I did not get. Awareness, become stained with awareness, bonded. Survive the ice with all crew alive and loyal. So there is one for all crew loyal. But it doesn't necessarily say maxed out loyalty. Survive the ice on hard mode. Survive the ice without bringing Runt and their father. Complete the game with no loyalty left from anyone. Deplorable, the worst fates. And 20 hidden achievements that I could find if I go to global achievements, just click on them. But where's the fun in that, yeah? I've noticed old Kurt has been butting heads with the engineers lately. Not surprised? Mr. Hammond has butted heads with just about everyone so far. That mole man ought to be careful who he speaks to. He's fortunate Kurt is so patient. Let's be fair. Kurt can be as stubborn as the rest sometimes. True. More reefs drop in. Starting to miss the brow-beating heat. Calling this summer feels like a joke. Especially given the nights are getting short. The nights are getting longer. This isn't summer. This is autumn at best. Bundle up more, old man. It'll only get colder from here. Engineers. I see the chief's got into a bit of a spat with Mr. Darling. Aye. Hammond's brilliant, but he's adamant to make everything hard on himself. Not that Darling's any better. On a ship with Grimley and Hunt. To be honest, that's all I've ever known. Half of my earliest memories are of that. When this is over, not sure what to do. Served on a ship that young, you and Grimley carry on, that's the end for you. You have talent. Plenty of ships will take you on as a cook. Do I want another ship? I don't know. All I know is those days with Hunt are over. Oh, it was practically family. Hammond was looking at my contract, Captain. After you and Templeton, I'm next in command. Oh. So, if there is another vote with the crew, Hammond might put his hat in. So don't bloody die. He doesn't want that responsibility. Well, now I can't die. I don't want to subject the crew to your leadership. Better you than Templeton, I say. Pit them against each other, or have some laughs with him. He's right above baseline. Let's have some laughs. He enjoys the sarcasm. Plus, you see that? You see that? He likes the banter. He wants to rib. He likes to talk shit. Ha! You got that bloody right, Captain. Oh, they got ice fishing set up here? Oh, are you ice fishing? Yes, are you interested? My father would take me fishing quite often. I have some experience. Of course, it's a different story on the ice. Feel free to take the reins, Doctor. Oh, thank you. Perhaps a little later. We have actual ice fishing already drilled in. 2 Johns. How are my favorite crew members, Lady Cordell? Tired. They need their rest. I won't disturb them. You know you should treat them more often. They receive all the treats they need, I assure you. Toasty. I don't want to wake him up. He's actually having a nice nap. The computer is probably a nice spot for that because of the warmth. Oh, that is nice and warm. It's been getting cold enough that I've been thinking I might need a space heater under the desk. But that's nice enough. Lady Cordell. Stanbury and Pascal were engaged in a fight this morning. A more serious matter than the usual scrap. I put a stop to it, but it is concerning. Those two often get along. Their dogs wouldn't look much into it. She would. This is her subject matter expertise. Perhaps the pressure's finally getting to them. The ice can do this to people. Dogs are no different. I would hope not, but you may be right. The stress can affect us all, can it not? I will have to be more gentle with that pair in the coming weeks. Kurt Shaw. Do you look at me as an old man? Don't mistake me, I know I'm getting up there in years. But I'm a father, not a grandfather, ha! You're perfectly capable, if that's what you're asking. In a way, yes. I suppose that's more pressing than the gray hairs. It's all right, Robin. I don't mind being seen as the old man. Just so long as I'm not the useless old man. I've already sent crew out. I've got 4 crew spare. But I can't send any more dogs out, so no hunting for this week. Beyond wherever it got going. A little bit more food in the hoosh. Just up to 50. That'd be 42, 48, 50. I'll respect your decision, Captain. Believe me, though, he will only continue to cause issue for us. He's fine. What crew doesn't have songs at the expense of the captain? Before I joined this expedition, I was concerned with how my report would be received. I'm certain the wreck makes for a more interesting story. But before that, it feels like interest in great explorers is waning. Then why take the story? Does the success matter? Perhaps we could renew that interest. That's what I'm hoping for. I grew up on these tales. Don't know where I'd be without them. Others may not care these days, but they stick with me. I hope another child latches onto the story. Arthur, good evening, Captain. I escaped to talk with Kurt over dinner. He kept asking about my plans for the future. I didn't know what to say. Understandable, most of all should be focused on the present, not any plans. He's gonna be insecure no matter what I say here. He's pretty high up as is. Do you not have any plans? Is gonna be a minus. I'm gonna be gentle with him. Tell him not to overthink it. I know, but I didn't want to lie either. If I answer that question, I want my answer to be honest. I hope I can answer properly in the future. That will be the first step in my plan. Now let's assign someone to the interview. We got scientists free to spare. Timmy Runt, has he been he's officially an engineer now. Stowaway engineer. Loyal to Grim. Oh, even though he's of the engineer crew, he still counts as loyal to Grimly. Man, I thought we were breaking them up. let's see what are the scientists out. Mr. Zach, what's your story? Oh, you know what? Because I do have 3 scientists available, I could have had them make medical comforts. No, I just need 2, not 3. That's perfect then. This works out. 1 medical comforts made. We're probably going to need those in the coming weeks. And if there is naught else to do, the only free crew left is Little Runt. Which I could put to work raising the heat. No freezing crew to be cured. Well, bring on the next cold night. One crew member to develop freezing. We've only got a couple of people. We got a few people on the hunt, but they should be alright when they come back. So I'm thinking, if I go halvesies, that's 2 people develop freezing. Maybe 3. Man, but I can't afford. I can't afford all these freezing people. Maybe if anyone gets frostbitten, if they get frostbite, I could send them to the med bay and cure them up. I think I have to take it. Half and half for today. Two freezing and 2 malnourished. Freezing on the hunt. Freezing on the hunt. Runts Das freezing. Lefties freezing. And malnourished. So... Wait, no, this is good. This is good, actually. Because I got 3 engineers now, and that gives me 3 froze cured plus 1. Because of our engineering tools. This is perfect. This is perfect, actually. Start the next week. Except I can't. Well, Fennec finishes work in half an hour. But then he's got to... There's penguins right here and... Oh, they're waddling right up to me! Fennec finishes work in half an hour. Sometimes he takes a little bit longer to help out around the store before clocking out. Just a few minutes. And then I've asked him if he can get milk. If he remembers, he might do some shopping. And then he's got to charge the car, and then come on home. There's no daylight at all. This is winter. This is it. So I might be able to finish up this week. Let me quickly see how my chicken is thawing, because it's cold right now. Yeah, it looks cold out. And it has been chilly enough that if I said meat to thaw all day, it's still frozen. So let me see real quick. Still icy, so I am in no rush to start dinner. I should probably put my meat to the frost on top of the computer, but the cats go up there, they're gonna eat it. So give this 1 more week. Look at how dark it's getting. Hammond wasn't joking, but we desperately need food. Look at this, look at these supplies. We got nothing. That Kurt doesn't know what he's on about. Lost in his own little world he is. Must think it's still 30 years ago. Man begged and pleaded to even be here, just to feel important. We got resentment. Kurt, do I, seem afraid? Of the slag dogs, that is. Well, are you? No. Have you ever owned a dog as a pet? No, my family does own several cats. Ha! I'd be more afraid of those clawed beasties before I feared a little pup. I suppose you're right. Aw, cats are fine, right, Toasty? They're more getting into everything. Nothing else to do here. Then let's start the day. Start the day, then we'll allocate stuff. There are penguins waddling right in. An emperor penguin waddles into the tent. It's even voiced. Templeton looks to you, confused. Captain. It watches you carefully. Captain, last week's ice fishing was quite the success. We were able to gather a decent haul with some patience. 4 fish. Good to hear. Thank you provided the manpower. Some extra rations will certainly come in handy. Kurt. Captain, that Hammond has quite the temper on him. He's one to dig his heels in at any opportunity. We have enough time before winter. I don't think so. We should focus on hunting. You've been thinking it over, so I feel I should state my case one more time. I'll take your suggestion under consideration. Kurt puffs his chest out as a smile forms on his face. I knew you'd see sense, Captain, sooner or later. Emperor Penguin waddles in. Templeton looks unamused. Ridiculous. It watches you carefully. Hammond. Captain, we need to talk about last week. I'm telling you, we won't last if we don't hunker down for winter starting next week. I'll consider it, Hammond. Good. Don't be listening to that washed-up old fool. An Emperor Penguin again. They got 3 different voices for them. Templeton looks at the bird begrudgingly. There's another screenshot for Fennec. Shoo! It watches carefully. Gloss. Captain, a truly urgent request. Well, perhaps not urgent, but well, when inspiration strikes. Collect yourself, Mr. Gloss. Right, well, this is the perfect opportunity to write up a proper study on the birds of this region. A perfect opportunity will be when we come back with that mission in mind, not trapped on the ice, with ways to casually and leisurely observe, sketch, document all we can, and sail on back home. Right now, observe, sketch, and document everything you can before we hunt and eat on these things. I asked that some of the science team be allowed this week to write up our findings. That may risk us losing the opportunity to harvest as many of them for resources as possible. I'm sorry, we need you for other tasks. Oh, then I suppose it'll have to wait until I kill them all. A shame. Opportunity like this only knocks once. As nice as it'd be to leave home with whole... Sailors, grab as much as you can. A baby penguin sneeze. It's still squawking. It's still squawking. Stanberry, arf! Calm, Stanberry. They're just curious of our presence here. So, I've played enough. Don't starve together. We harvest their eggs. and they all go on the rampage, and we kill them all for meat. Arf, arf! You notice a penguin has made its way into the medical tent. No, you stay out of there! Ah, new patient. This was more ornery than the rest of the crew. It's pecking at my medical bag. I'm sorry, but you can't have what's in there, Toasty. Did you just apologize to the bird? Well, I don't know how you remove a penguin from your premises. Keep listening. It should be simple, Doctor. Just pick it up by the... Huh. What? Well, I was gonna suggest under the wings like a little child, but it seems unwise on second thought. Good, penguin. Now shoo. Ah, yes. The universal language between man and beast. Shoo. Oh, Captain, I could use a little assistance. It seems you have something of an unwelcome guest at camp. There's many more outside. It's a single bird. Push it out. Hold your medical bag high or taller than the penguin in case you forgot. It's a single bird. Push it out. Minus 15! Fuck you, Arthur! At least he's super high up. He's got so much buffer. Okay, this shouldn't be an issue. Nutley gently grabs the bird by the sides. The squawking of the penguin ceases as he gently leads it out the tent flaps. There, done. You can handle the rest in camp? Was that so difficult? 3 cheers for the triumphant Dr. Nutley. He's gonna take this as sarcastic, but all the answers could be interpreted as insulting. There. I got a rebate of loyalty. I do suppose I was getting worked up over a small issue. That's normal on the ice. If you'll excuse me, I'm gonna grab as many shots of the colony as I can before they're gone. If our tent has another vicious backpacking intruder, let me know. Okay. More squawking. First things first. All my engineers to fix up my 4 freezing guys. Make a decision regarding the penguins, huh? Hunt the entire colony or some of the colony? 6 whole crew. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Some of the colony is only 1 to 4. I do want them. We have leopard seals we have to hunt, though. That's 4 crew. For 3 leopard seal. Now, if I elect to hunt the elephant seal migration path, that's minus 5 dogs. I could always grab that later, right? That's like... That's a freebie for getting elephant seals, I think. So I think I'm okay on not getting them right now. But if I do the other leopard seal... That's 3 leopard seal. But I'm plenty wounded. And I could afford 2 more dogs to be sent out. Then again, it doesn't just have to be sailors, does it? I could use scouts or scientists too. So, I got 6 leopard seal meat coming in. I could possibly hunt for elephant seal in the winter. And so, if I devote everyone to hunting the penguins, The entire colony. Maybe some is better. I'm split. I could think of two possibilities. If I hunt some of the penguins, that could leave more for the winter, or they'll realize this is a dangerous place and I'll scatter. If I hunt them all now, then I get as much food as I can before they all scatter, or I leave nothing left for the winter. If taking some of the birds makes all the rest run away, then I should take all of them. But if they remain, if hunting a few of them means that they do remain in the winter, then I wouldn't want to get rid of a food source, right? The ecological answer is to take some, but not all of them. I doubt we can kill the entire colony. We're 25 guys. I got 9 spare crew remaining. If I do some of the colony, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 penguins. If I do the entire colony, I could send everyone out there. And I don't know what we're going to get. Mr. Gloss did want to observe them. If I do just do some. I get 4 Emperor Penguins. I have to make a decision, but I also have to feed the hoosh. My food's not gonna last so long. That's all the rest of my lumber. I could always come back to this week. Because right now we just gotta survive the winter. This isn't the only penguin colony here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Confirm orders. I do have dogs left. So let's say 4, 5, 6. Zach knows how to use a gun. The entire remaining crew set to slaughtering the colony. Only 5? That only produced 5 Emperor Penguins. Oh no, Hunted Penguin Store. Salvage a penguin carcass, the cold has kept the meat preserved. And I could assign crew to fetch more penguin. They might hate it, but we're here for the long run, okay? Let's have you talk to the therapist about your demoralization. Kurt and Mr. Hammond are set at odds, I see. The engineer and the navigator butting heads. That's not a good sign, is it? They're smart men, Doctor. I'm sure they'll reach a peaceful agreement in time. I would hope so. There's no need to worry. This will pass. Captain, I made a decision. I know enough of these expeditions. There's no guarantee I'll return home. My writings are inside a case alongside Dr. Nutley's equipment. If the rest of you return to land without me, I want my writing to be published. Finished, unfinished, doesn't matter. You'll be returning home. I won't be allowing the death of a civilian. Put that cool line into your story. I appreciate the sentiment, but we both know these things are out of our control. I'm only following this crew's story. It shouldn't die with me. Nah, leave it to the Penguins. There's no secret achievement for the Penguins all surviving. Captain, there's something I want to ask of you. Something difficult. If I don't make it back to land, someone will have to tell my family. Face to face, not through a letter from the benefactor. And I want it to come from someone I trust. Could you? I'll do better. I'll ensure you see your family again. Thank you, but I can't hold you to that promise. Who knows what could happen on the ice? I'm not gonna allow you to carry that burden for my sake. Medbay. The malnourished one's out right now, and I doubt they can cure him. Medical comforts. We've only got one available, and she's demoralized. Those two are bickered again over dinner. Hammond and Kurt, both of them are talking shite. Someone should talk to them. Aye, I know how to punch up his brewing. Shaw, if anything happens to me, make sure Junior has my accordion. It's all I've got to give. Nothing will happen to you, Grimly, not while I'm in charge. We'll see. Just make sure he gets it, alright? It's nearly winter, and everyone is sure they're going to die. Do me a favor, Shaw. If I don't make it back with the rest of you, take care of Grimly. Losing Hunt's one thing, but both of us. I'll try, Junior. I can promise you that. Aye, thanks. Make sure he's set up well. He deserves that much at least. 10 whole loyalty. Maxed? He's almost there. Grimly Stoke is almost going to have our support. Is almost going to support us. We're almost going to have his support. We have a permanent food source in the Penguins, so I think we could afford, after a couple of hunting trips, to cozy up for the night, for the winter. Nice dogs. Do you not have work to do, child? What are their names? The one you're petting, that's Maxwell. That's a person's name, innit? Are they all that boring? No. Captain, there's a matter I wish to bring to your attention. I intend to train one of the crew to handle the kennel in case well, if the worst should occur, I do not wish a crew left without a kennel master. The worst will not occur, I guarantee it. Captain, we both know there is no such thing as a guarantee. The dedication is appreciated, however. Still, a backup should be considered. Oh, could have been Runt! Kurt, I've been thinking, Shaw. If this expedition is indeed the end of the line for Kurt Darling, I wonder how they'll speak of me when I fail to return. What will the newspapers say? They'll herald your return and nothing more. Don't lose faith. Ever the optimist, Captain. I suppose I should think the same for the crew's sake at least. Funny, isn't it? No matter what you do in life, you never get to see your own legacy. This looks right wintry to me. This reminds me, it's the daylight. This so-called summer is golden twilight from dawn till dusk, and then dark stars at night. It reminds me of the winter that I spent in England with the British ex. We went to Warwick Castle because I was walking distance to Leamington Spa. And I'm telling you, from horizon to horizon, everywhere I looked was just golden light. And night came pretty early then. 4 p.m. was midnight dark. I kinda like that. Arf, says Stanbury. Eyeing up my dinner, are you? You ain't getting a sniff of this. Get running back to your master. Arf! Alright, just a bite. That one's a softie. Reading something? Yes, a book on poetry. Can you read one? On poetry, not of poetry. It's an analysis of the technique. Oh, I've always wanted to read. Is that so? You wouldn't mind helping, would you? They found love, two John and Mr. Zack. I suppose I could lend you a book, something simple. Thank you. Air's a bit tense these days, isn't it? Not surprised? Time's catching up to us, right? Can't take another week looking out at nothing but ice. Seems Kurt and the Mole Man are still going at it. The scout crew or the engineer crew talking about their bosses behind their backs. Not surprised? The chief doesn't bend in disagreements. Maybe he should. A simple apology would allow us to return to our work without issue. What makes you believe Hammond should be the one apologizing? Common sense? And definitely not bias or nepotism. Not nepotism, he's the subordinate, but still. Definitely not his own bias. Oh, good evening to you, Captain. Apologies for the distraction, I was enjoying a textbook. Anything interesting? This was the first textbook I ever read when entering the field of botany. I'm more than familiar with it, front to back. Still, it's more than beneficial to reacquaint myself with my field of expertise, particularly when I have spent so much time now removed from it. What caused you to pursue botany as a study? A fascination with a class of life form that predates us by millennia, and will survive us by millennia. Do you know why plant life interests me to this degree, Captain? The long history, avid gardener, enlighten me. A plant's primary goal is to ensure the continued survival of their species, yet the plant is stationary, vulnerable. What I find truly impressive is how they have developed to take advantage of their circumstance. They take advantage of the actions of others to ensure their own existence. Take your average apple tree, for instance. Birds come, they feast upon the fruit, and the seeds stored within scatter to the ground, ensuring another will grow. Quite ingenious a system, is it not? A form of life so seemingly simple has outsmarted just about every other species that would otherwise cause it harm. And yet not a single plant can survive out here. We have them beat. Perhaps you should look into a different line of work? Tin food companies don't seem to be your passion. What's his loyalty now? He's fine. Tin food companies don't seem to be your passion. -5 loyalty. One could assume, but you would be mistaken. As I told you before, the Apperton Company carries ambitions much greater than a can of tin peaches. I am proud to work with them. Well, I assume this topic is quite a bore for you. I won't keep it longer, Captain. Who else needs talking to? I think that's everyone. Hammond? Was thinking, if I die, the crew's fucked. My work would be wasted if I ended up going under. Captain, if I go, you better keep them alive. I'm not keen on dying for nothing. I'll keep everyone alive, Hammond, that includes you. Aye, nice to think that. But you know how tough the task is. Still, I trust you. Better than most on the ice. As long as we have Hammond, we're good. We had dinner already, right? We got scouting parties out. We got 2 demoralized. And that one demoralized is talking in the medical tent. We got 1 malnourished. The way food's going, he's gonna be scurvied up next week. I think we've done all we can. So. Yeah, nothing else here. So I guess we'll begin the next day's or the next week's duties. If I keep it at normal, one crew be cured of their starvation, of their malnourishment. Or I could make one malnourished and one scurvied. Fuel rations. Man, I got two guys out there that are gonna get frozened up. I got blubber. I guess this week we'll stay on 50, because we do have the elephant seals we can hunt later. 3 make 4 that's gonna be frozen. I'll probably have 4 frozen on the hunt, and then 2 from the half rations. It's tough calls, man. I want my stuff to last. I can handle most of the freezing. And then if it really comes down to it, then we could set 2 to the med bay and use the medical comforts on them. As long as I get 6 maximum... No. Yeah, if I get 4 maximum frozen. No, 6 is okay. Because 4 get cured by heating things up. I got 3 engineers plus 1 for the engineer tools. And then if 2 more advance from cold to freezing, or from freezing to frostbite, then I can fix them up in the medical tent. So, we're gonna keep things thin for now. 1 person's gonna get scurvy. 1 person's gonna gain malnourishment. But no one's gonna have to starve yet. Oh, excuse me. So let's see how bad the next conditions are going to be. 3 leopard seals, 3 leopard seals. Freezing. Freezing. Wounded. Freezing on the hunt. Freezing on the hunt. And wounded. Scurvy. Freezing. Freezing. And malnourished. Okay, that is perfect. That is perfect. We could start the next week. Week 16. Going by that circle to the corner, we're almost halfway... Only almost halfway through. It's gonna be winter for like 12 weeks or so. And it looks like I have to start the game. Forced to make a decision. No just request for now. Everyone's just hunkered in. We got people huddled by the fire. Scouting post. I think this week I'll go ahead, find the elephant seal migration path. But this is going to be the week we're gonna hunker down for the winter, I think. We now have 6 elephant seals. Not leopard seals, I mean. 6 leopard seals that provide 24 hoosh each. 2 leopard seals will get me up to half. Will get me up to 50 almost. That's alright by me. We could cut it with emperor penguins that provide 9 hoosh. That's not really a lot. That's why I was barely focusing on the penguins, as all seals for me. And then the elephant seals. 15 furnace at a time. And if anyone gets frozen from half rations or whatever, 3 engineers fix 4. And every elephant seal fixes 1 freezing. So we'll be good. The trouble is, though, that I'm quite out of time. I thought that last week would take just until the moment when Fennec comes home, so I guess I got time to start working on some of the dinner. I do gotta thaw out 2 chicken thighs after all. But I'm getting excited, right? I don't want to save scum this too much. Even though I have save scummed a little bit, and at least once 4 deaths, that was mostly for, like, a lack of mechanical awareness, and once the mechanic was figured out, we were good to go from then. So, if we start taking losses, I might end up just rolling with them. I don't know. This is quite the time-invested game, so it's not like not Princess Maker, it's not like Long Live the Queen, where there's a lot to do, but I can quickly reload, go through my notes, hop on up onto things and get back in. You know, this is very intensive, going week by week, and sometimes there's cutscenes and more involved moments, gotta think things out. So, I'm compelled to do it one time through, which might mean a few deaths here or there. Maybe we'll get lucky. It's mostly down to resource management now, I think. Making sure people got their warmth in their tents and warmth in their belly. No one else is streaming Pale Beyond, so I see Carver is on, doing more foundation research in the writing and reading category. So I think I'll toss you guys on over his way. Thank y'all for hanging. Tomorrow, we'll get back into this, because I'm really invested in this story. So look forward to that. Stick around for the raid, say hello to Carver. And I'll see you guys next time. Look forward to plenty of seal blubber to eat.